I need to have them raise hands, or is that adequate? All right. Committee members, please raise your hand in WebEx. All right, we've got all 12 committee members here. Next, I'll read the motion that we need to get going. Ask somebody to make that. Pursuant to Governor Lee's executive order number 16 regarding electronic meetings as extended by executive order number 34, I make a motion that this committee meeting agenda constitutes essential business of the Metro Council and that meeting electronically is necessary to protect the health, safety, and welfare of Tennesseans in light of the COVID-19 outbreak. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All right, anybody opposed? Nobody's opposed. The motion prevails, and committee members, please take your hands down. So a couple of preliminary matters, because we've got a lot on the agenda here. Like Councilman Henderson mentioned with the previous meeting, got a big, long list of names in WebEx. And so I'm likely not going to see you in the order that you raise hands, and I might have to take a moment here and there to get through the list to make sure I've got everybody covered. I am going to endeavor today to be more diligent about calling on committee members first, and we are going to have a consent agenda. We're going to attempt a consent agenda. Information was sent out about that over the weekend. And then unlike what we usually do, normally, we don't have a formal rule on this, but normally I would not entertain a motion to call the question in committee. But if we start running late and somebody makes a motion to call the question rather than declining to entertain it, today I will entertain it. All right, so I'm going to move on to the consent agenda, and y'all got a list about this over the weekend. I'm going to read through a whole bunch of bills here and resolutions rather, and y'all let me know whether there's something that needs to come off. So I'm going to read the resolution numbers, ask if there's any objections, and then take the time to read the captions. So the proposed consent agenda is Resolution RS 2020-362, 363, 364, 366, 368, 369, 370, 371, 372, 373, 374, 375, 376, 377, 378, 379, 380, 381, 383, 384, 387, and should I do the bill on second reading separately or just add that in? All right, and then also a bill on second reading, BL 2020-305. I'm going to take a quick look. If you have an objection to having any of those on a consent agenda, go ahead and raise your hand in WebEx. Going once, twice, 3 times. All right, I'm going to read the captions on all those and take a motion to move those items on a consent agenda. Hopefully this takes less than 20 minutes itself. Resolution RS 2020-362, Mendez approves a grant from the Tennessee Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services to the Davidson County General Sessions Court, provide Tennessee Certified Recovery Court collection of participant data utilizing the Tennessee Risk Assessment System. RS 2020-363, Mendez Welsh approves an amendment to a grant from the Tennessee Department of Children's Services to Davidson County Juvenile Court to provide community-based case management and probation services to children at high risk of state custody. Resolution RS 2020-364, Mendez, approves an amendment to a grant from the Tennessee Administrative Office of the Courts to Davidson County Juvenile Court to improve courtroom security and provide a safe and secure facility in which to conduct business and the duties of the court. RS 2020-366, Mendez and Allen, approves the Metropolitan Mayor to submit an amendment to the action plan for disaster recovery for the use of CDBG disaster recovery funds to complete recovery efforts resulting from the May 2010 floods. RS 2020-368, Mendez Pulley Welsh, approves a Victims of Crime Act grant from the Tennessee Department of Finance and Administration to the Metro Nashville Police Department to fund counselor and victim advocate positions to provide mental health services, support services, and criminal justice system advocacy. RS 2020-369, Mendez Hurt Welsh, approves a grant from the Greater Nashville Regional Council to the Metro Social Services Commission to provide meals that meet RDA nutritional guidelines for eligible seniors. Resolution RS 2020-370, Mendez Welsh Hurt, approves an amendment to a grant from the Greater Nashville Regional Council to the Metro Social Services Commission to provide meals to meet RDA nutritional guidelines and transportation services to eligible seniors and handicapped residents. RS 2020-371, Mendez Hurt Welsh, approves an amendment to a grant from the Greater Nashville Regional Council to the Metro Social Services Commission to provide nutrition HCBS to eligible seniors throughout Davidson County. RS 2020-372, Mendez Hurt and others, approves the Healthy Start Initiative, eliminating racial, ethnic disparities grant from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services to the Metro Board of Health to provide a variety of services in reducing infant mortality for pregnant and parenting women. RS 2020-373, Mendez Hurt Welsh, approves a grant from the Tennessee Department of Health to the Metro Board of Health to build local capacity to improve public health response to the substance abuse epidemic in Middle Tennessee high impact area. RS 2020-374 approves a grant from the Tennessee Department of Health to the Metro Board of Health to achieve sustained tuberculosis control and enhance tuberculosis prevention to eventually eliminate tuberculosis as a public threat in Tennessee. RS 2020-375, Mendez Hurt and others, approves a grant from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services to the Metro Board of Health to prepare, prevent, and respond to COVID-19 as needs evolve for clients of Ryan White HIV/AIDS program recipients. Resolution RS 2020-376, Mendez Hurt and others, approves a grant and amendment to a grant from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services to the Metro Board of Health to enhance access to a comprehensive continuum of high-quality, community-based care for low-income individuals and families with HIV disease. RS 2020-377, Mendez Hurt Welsh, approves an amendment to a grant from the Tennessee Department of Health to the Metro Board of Health to promote the proper use of all recommended vaccines and respond to vaccine preventable diseases in collaboration with the CDC and other partners. Resolution RS 2020-378, Mendez Hurt others, approves an amendment to a grant from the United States Environmental Protection Agency to the Metro Board of Health for the ongoing collection of data on ambient air concentrations for fine particulate matter in Nashville, Tennessee. RS 2020-379, Mendez Murphy Henderson, authorizes the Metro Department of Water and Sewage Services to enter into a facility encroachment agreement with CSX Transportation, Inc. to construct, use, and maintain sanitary sewer line in the railroad right-of-way along Hurricane Creek in Davidson County. RS 2020-380, Mendez, Murphy, and Henderson, authorizes the Metro Department of Water and Sewage Services to enter into a facilities encroachment agreement with CSX Transportation, Inc. to construct, use, and maintain sanitary sewer line in the railroad right-of-way along Hurricane Creek in Davidson County. RS 2020-381, Mendez Murphy Henderson, authorizes the Metro Department of Water and Sewage Services to enter into a facilities encroachment agreement with CSX Transportation, Inc. to construct, use, and maintain sanitary sewer line in the railroad right-of-way along Hurricane Creek in Rutherford County. RS 2020-383, Johnston, Mendez, and others, approves an intergovernmental agreement between the Tennessee Department of Transportation and Metro Public Works for signal maintenance for RSAR at I-65 at State Road 255. RS 2023-84 Welsh Mendez others approves an amendment to an agreement between the Tennessee Department of Transportation and the Department of Public Works for acceptance of work in connection with the construction of a complete street on State Road 1 and I-24 ramp to Foothill Drive. RS 2023-87 Bertram Mendez requests the Director of Finance, the Director of Human Resources, and the Metro Civil Service Commission take actions necessary to approve the creation of a Chief Diversity Officer and Workforce Diversity Manager as classified service positions within the Metro government and submit an ordinance to the Metro Council to create such positions. And then a bill on second reading, BL 2020-305 Mendez Murphy Henderson accepts the donation of certain properties located at West Hamilton Avenue from Piedmont Natural Gas and approving the conveyance of easements across certain other properties to Piedmont National Gas. First, I'll ask if anybody wants to take something off, raise your hand on WebEx. I'm not seeing any hands up. Would somebody like to move that consent agenda? There's been a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we've recommended the consent agenda for approval, 12 in favor, 0 against. All right, so we took care of 9 out of 13 pages on the agenda, so we ought to be out of here any minute now. All right. The next thing we're going to go back to resolutions that are not consent. And I guess this comment before we get into that will be for new members. Y'all have probably seen that there's a handful or more of legislative items that go along with the budget. Those are the tax levy and the pay plan. And the typical way to think about it is that we quote unquote have to pass the pay plan and have to pass the levy. And at least at the beginning of last term, some of us reacted like, well, we don't have to do anything. Here's the deal. On the pay plan resolutions and the tax levies, we need them. We need them to match whatever it is we pass on the budget. And so typically, at least in committee, we'll see, especially when we get to the tax levy ordinance, that we've got a variety of different options for the tax levy. And my suggestion would be, even if you really don't like one of the substitute budget options and you're going to vote against it, usually we would think about the pay plan stuff and the tax levy stuff as we're not going to mess with that. We do as a body want to pass something consistent with the budget. So that's my intro into the next 3 resolutions are all pay plan. The Metro pay plan is split into 3 resolutions. And the first of them is Resolution RS 2020-358, sponsor Mendez, adopts a new pay plan for the general employees of the Metro government, excluding employees of the Board of Health, Board of Education, and the Police and Fire Departments effective July 1, 2020. Is there a motion? It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Councilman Allen? You turned off your mic now, council member.
Now, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, great. I just had it backwards. The pay plan includes things like steps and stuff like that. So if we end up passing some other version down the line or some other version of the tax bill, of the budget that includes those things, do we circle back to this, or is it already built in and this is just a general pay plan that we then can work within further down the line? Can you just explain how those interact?
Sure. I'm going to have Mr. Cooper answer that question.
So tomorrow night, what will happen is we will take the budget first before taking these other items. And if there is a substitute or amendments that pass that modify the pay plan, we will have a late amendment to the pay plan ready to go to be offered on the floor at that time.
Okay. Thank you. That's good.
Thank you, Councilmember. Seeing no other hands up, we're on RS 2020-358. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? Hearing none, we recommend approval. Next is Resolution RS 2020-359, adopts a new pay plan for employees of the Metro Board of Health effective July 1, 2020. There's a motion. Is there a second?
So moved.
Looking through the queue. Seeing nobody, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstaining? We recommend approval. RS 2020-360 Mendez adopts a new pay plan for employees of the Metro Departments of Police and Fire effective July 1, 2020. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Scrolling the queue. Seeing nobody, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstaining? We recommend approval. All right, next is RS 2020-361 Mendez Hurt repeals for a period of 1 year the payment of longevity pay for employees of the Metro government, including employees of the Metro Board of Health, and the payment of longevity pay supplement for certain employees. Is there a motion? It's been moved and
Second.
seconded. Mr. Cooper, can you explain what this one does?
This suspends the longevity pay, which is a lump sum amount that is paid every November to employees based upon their years of service. It's a fixed amount for each employee. It's not adjusted based upon income. And so it's kind of a recognition for long-term service to the government. And years ago, it was kind of considered the Christmas bonus for Metro. It's been carried over. I think it was started sometime in the early 80s. It has been suspended during the recession. It was suspended for at least 1 year. So there is precedent for doing this.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Any comments or questions about this one? All right, seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Is that Councilman Glover?
Yes.
Any other votes in opposition? Any abstentions? Hearing none, we recommend approval with the 1 no vote. All right. Now there's a late filed resolution. I know y'all got a bunch of stuff in your inboxes. We got the amendments package this morning from Danielle, and this starts on page 4 of the amendments package, and I will read the caption. It's late filed. I'm the sponsor. A resolution appropriating to certain accounts for the benefit of various Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County departments, $16,700,000 for the support of various agencies providing services to members of the community, $2,800,000, and for the benefit of Metro Nashville Public School students, $24 million, and for the benefit of a community needs assessment, $500,000. Is there a motion? It's been moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. And this has changed a little bit since I first saw it last week. So I'm going to ask Mr. Cooper to describe it first. Or maybe would Ms. Wilson be the better person to describe it? Can you do that, Kristen?
Well, we have one microphone, so maybe we can. Yes, this is, if you recall, about 3 weeks ago now, a letter came from Mayor Cooper to the council body speaking to the $121 million of CARES Act state and local funding. We indicated our support for a proposal that exists in the budget and ordinance for a committee to be created to address the allocation of funding. But we indicated at the time that we have several items that we already have underway that have an immediate and urgent nature to them. And this funding paper is the legislation we committed to in that letter to bring forward to council for authorization before June 30th. What you'll find in it are several categories of spending. The first category, which is under Section 1, and I'm going to look at your version versus my computer, if you don't mind there, Don, is $16.7 million, which represents operational response to our to the coronavirus, to COVID-19 expenditures to date through June 30th, 2020. Everything from PPE and sanitizing public spaces, overtime that we've used for our public health and safety personnel, employee time off related to COVID-19, public health, temporary labor and technology, and temporary labor for the assessment centers and for the shelters. So you'll see our costs itemized there. And again, those would cover us just through June 30th, 2020. On Section 2, what you have here are the kind of revenue accounting streams on it. I won't spend as much time there, and I'll let somebody from finance answer any questions on that mechanic. In Section 3, what you'll see are some of the community funds that were indicated in our budget process. If you recall, in the mayor's proposed budget, that we indicated we would be shifting some nonprofit activities, $2.8 million worth, over to the CARES Act funding. In particular, these entities have already been aligning their missions to the COVID-19 response, and so we are clearly just indicating and itemizing those there. Then next, if you follow through to the next itemized number, Section 5, those are the laptops and hotspots that were announced last Monday for distance learning for MMPS. The rationale for them being immediate and urgent is the ordering cycle right now before school starts. We're already probably in a state where we're going to have to roll out the implementation of these as school starts in August, and so we wanted to move the orders of those as quickly as possible. And then finally, to support the committee that will be authorized in the budget ordinance to look at the next rounds of allocations, we have suggested a community needs assessment. There's a lot of change occurring and a lot of impact occurring right now on the ground from COVID-19 that our traditional data sets from social services and other entities probably aren't going to give us the best picture of. And so we are proposing to do some work with the Equity Alliance to get a much better snapshot of and sizing of the needs that exist out there, and to bring that data set, and this would be a very quick assessment that's done over a 4 to 6 week period, to bring that data set into that committee so that they actually have some real on the ground data to make their allocation decisions again.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Berger.
Thank you, Chair. I have two questions. The first is the 2.5 for employee time off related to COVID. How many employees are we talking about in that 2.5?
I do have some details of that. I don't have it handy, and I could get back to you in just a few minutes.
Just for the folks on WebEx, this is Mary Jo Wiggins from Finance. Would it,
I can continue. Let me pull that up. I don't have that number handy, but I could give you an estimate in
all right,
just a few minutes.
thank you.
I'll come back.
Councilmember Vercher?
And then my second question, the 4 to 6 week assessment period, how will that work? What's the plan for that countywide?
So again, because it's going to need to be pulled together reasonably quickly, and again, we wanted a ground level up effort. We are going to utilize data from public health on where we've had the most significant outbreaks of COVID-19, and then we are going to follow through in those communities, literally have folks knocking on doors to ground level up, understand the needs that are in those communities so that we can figure out the best utilization of those funds for the impact.
I'm just trying to figure out how that's going to work with people being reluctant answering their doors.
Yeah, we understand that being the concern, and that's why we're not going to directly have government work doing this, but seek partners through the Equity Alliance to do that level of engagement, and then they have a coalition of partners they're looking to work with from the faith-based community and more broadly.
Do we have a target sample number, a sample size that we're trying to get to base the recommendations from the assessment?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I can certainly get you more detail. One thing I will add, and probably should have said, is we will be coming back before this body to authorize the contract for this at the next council meeting. We'll be bringing forward, because this will be done as a nonprofit contract. And what we could do is make sure if anyone has specific questions like this, and Councilmember, I'll endeavor to get an answer for this one for you, obviously, before or as soon as possible before the next meeting. But we could certainly bring you some more data on that at that point in time as well.
Yeah, in advance, I'm asking in advance the data and the plan for the assessment.
Yes, quite understandable.
Thank you so much.
And we've got the answer from Ms. Wiggins now on the other question.
Yes, Councilmember Vercher. Currently, there are 294 employees who had sick time charged to the COVID fund, and there are 258 employees who were repurposed. And so the combination of those two currently stands at $2 million. And again, that time is mostly through the end of April. So we had an estimate for some additional time to hit in May.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sledge, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. I'm trying to understand, this resolution is referring to, I guess, expenditures within this current fiscal year, within FY20. I'm trying to understand where those expenditures would live otherwise. In other words, if this resolution did not pass, or we didn't take it up by the end of FY20, meaning the end of this month, where do those expenditures, where does that funding come from?
This is Kim McDaniel in Finance. As is typical with any disaster, we establish a special revenue fund for immediate expenses that are hitting, and of course, not all of the $16 million has hit yet. But the majority of it is in the special revenue fund. This $2 million, 2.5 million that Mary Jo was just talking about would be expenses incurred in the general fund. So there would be a reimbursement to the general fund for those expenses related to the personnel.
So I guess my follow-up question would be, we're looking at this resolution. Unless I'm mistaken, I think it would appropriate basically a third of all the funds given to us in the CARES Act through a late filed resolution. And I know that we typically have to explain in Rules Committee what's the urgency of our late filed. So I wanted to kind of find out what the urgency is here.
Yeah, I'll let somebody in the administration, but it boils down to getting the computers ordered for schools. Does somebody want to provide more details?
Councilman Sledge, this is Mike Jamison, and that is the particular urgency, the turnaround time for the orders for the the laptops. Every other item here is certainly subject to the council's approval or not. Certainly you could line item remove any of those that you have concerns with or want to kick down the road, but the school's laptops is the time sensitive one.
Well, and I guess it's you guys want to get the needs assessment, the $500,000 item going too, I think.
That's correct.
On a follow-up on that, then, since it was mentioned that there would have to be a contract come back to us to approve after we allocated the funding, what's the time frame on that regarding the needs assessment?
Councilman Sledge, it's Mike Jameson again, and so the Equity Alliance has indicated that because they'll be partnering with our various agencies, the Health Department, MDHA, Metro Action Commission, they can go ahead and begin sort of the preliminary work and prep with them. Then the contract would be brought to you at the very next eligible council meeting. I believe that's July 7th. And Equity Alliance has indicated that the remaining time is sufficient for them, given the prep work they'll be doing, if you will, to complete their recommendations on time.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just end with a comment. I'm going to find it difficult to vote for this today in committee because I understand the urgency of some of the things that were addressed, but it doesn't seem like the full amount of this is urgent to be placed into a late file resolution. And that I believe adds up to about $19.5 million in one-time funding that we don't get another crack at. So I would just ask that members consider that. As it's written right now, I can't vote for this. Thanks.
All right, Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two questions. First, on the school laptops, is there the possibility to offer parents who have the means to pay for their laptops or contribute to a fund so that we can spread that money as far as possible? Is that an option we could put into the funding? Just as a suggestion, I don't think we would want to require it.
Councilor Allen, sorry. I think we'll have to follow up with you as soon as possible, hopefully in the morning, with that answer.
Okay, that would be great. Second question is related to the Equity Alliance's need assessment. Will they be partnering with other groups that will reach other communities like Conexión Americas and Turk beyond the faith community, just to make sure that we're catching all parts of town and all kinds of communities?
This is Kristen Wilson. Yes, they have a coalition that they would pull together to do that, and it would include faith-based organizations. Now, I do want to make sure we're going to put our emphasis on where COVID impacts are, which is a requirement of the CARES Act funding, and so we would be really focused on a lot of the hotspot areas in particular.
Yeah, so, and I guess that's why I bring up Conexión Americas, since it seems to be hitting the Latinx community currently more than some of the other communities. So is that specifically part of the group that they would be partnering with?
I can get you in the response. I already owe Councilman Lady Berger a response. We can include in that the partners that they've already aligned with for the coalition work, as well as some examples of some others that they'll work with for community organizations.
Great. Well, I know they were amazing on the ground for the tornado, so I think that's a great approach. Just want to make sure it covers everybody. Thank you.
Councilmember Suara.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Here we go again.
Go ahead. You're kind of cutting in and out.
Is this better?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Don't want to be redundant, but I wanted to confirm based on the 16.7 million, my understanding is that it's only the 2.5 that is already spent. Is that correct? And then the rest has not been.
I don't think that's what Kim said, Ms. McDonald.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
She was asking to clarify that the 2.5 for sick and reassigned employees has already been spent, but the rest of it has not been spent, was the way she interpreted it.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. So a lot of the rest of it has been spent, but just not all of it.
And maybe I'm conflicting the 2.5. So, but there is a 2.5 that is from general funds, or is there a possibility that there's more going to general funds out of this?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I think about $2 million of the 2.5 has been spent through April, and then the 500,000 is an estimate for what might still be spent.
And then she's trying to figure out how much of the rest will be reimbursed to the general fund.
Well, any of the 2.5 that is actually incurred would be reimbursed to the general fund, but the rest is in a special revenue fund and would not be reimbursed to the general fund.
Does that answer the question, Councilmember?
It does.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, Councilmember Glover.
Thank you, Chair. Very quickly, and I know this is more of a schools question, but with the laptops and quote hotspots, what will be the recurring costs on this going forward?
Mr. Jameson, Ms. Wilson.
Councilman Glover, that is another question I will make note of and have a report to you in the morning. I apologize.
Well, that's okay, but that's what scares me about this. And I'll just have to add, I've been getting phone calls from teachers saying that, I guess a lot of these kids already had laptops or something, and the distance learning is not working. So I really hope we're going to get these children back at school as rapidly as possible. Thank you. And in the classroom.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Vercher, is that hand left over from before or something else?
Chair, I have a follow-up question. Are any of these funds,
Sure.
Are we using any of these funds for private schools?
Anyone? Mr. Jameson?
Councilman Vercher, my understanding is no, we are not.
Anything else, Councilmember? All right. Councilman Glover, is that hand up left from before or follow-up? All right. Seeing no more hands, we're on the late filed for allocating these monies we've talked about, CARES Act spending. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
Is that you, Councilman Sledge?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other no's other than Mr. Sledge? Any abstentions? All right. We recommend approval with the one no vote. All right. We're moving on to bills on third reading. First is second substitute bill BL 2019-48 as amended. Rosenberg, Young, others amends the Metro Code of Laws relative to home occupation. Can somebody move that?
So moved.
All right. And then I think I've done a good job of absorbing the amendments we got to go through for the budget. But Mr. Cooper, I have not internalized what needs to happen here. What should I do?
So there are a number of amendments that have been submitted. I think Mr. Rosenberg has kind of a compromise amendment that he is wanting to offer on third reading, but there are also other amendments to be considered. So, I mean, technically, this has already been approved by committee, so the committee doesn't have to make a recommendation again, but it was re-referred to all committees.
Let me put it up. Does anybody want to, on the committee, want to make a suggestion about whether we take up the amendments, or would you like to pass on this since we already recommended approval previously? Anybody have a comment on that, Mr. Glover?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to be supportive this time, so I don't know, and maybe Mr. Cooper needs to answer that question, how that's handled. Do I just vote no tomorrow, or because I don't want to hold the process up? We've got a long way to go. What's the best way to do that, Mr. Cooper?
Tomorrow night.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair.
All right, then I'm going to put it this way. Unless somebody on the committee raises their WebEx hand to voice an objection to skipping over this bill because the committee already approved it previously, that's what we're going to do. And so I'll give this a couple seconds. Anybody who's objecting to moving on, raise your hand. Seeing nobody raising their hand, we're going to skip that with apologies to the sponsors that I know are working really hard on it. All right, next we've got BL 2020-286 Mendez. This is approves the budget ordinance of the Metro Government of Nashville and Davidson County, Tennessee for fiscal years 2021. I'm going to set the landscape a little bit here, and then we'll dive in. We have 28 numbered amendments. We've got 6 lettered amendments that were put in the package by the administration. We've got 6 late filed amendments, and we've got 2 additional substitutes in addition to the chair's substitute. And so I'm going to try to group ones that are related, because there are some that are related. It's a job of the committee to make a recommendation on each of these under our council rules. If the committee does not make a recommendation on an amendment, it may not be introduced tomorrow. So we're sort of obligated. We should make a recommendation on every one. There was one other thing I was going to say. Well, let's just dive in. I am going to entertain motions to call the question if it comes down to that. The other thing I was going to say is there are some that apply to the mayor's budget, some that apply to my substitute, some that apply to both. As we get to each one, I'm going to try to remember to be clear about which is which. I had a lengthy conversation with finance and Mr. Cooper yesterday, just talking about logistics, things like whether an amendment was aimed at one budget, both budgets, or the other one. And so I'm going to try to be clear about that so there's not questions. And beg everybody's indulgence and patience as we dive into that. First, if somebody can just move this to get it on the floor, and then I'll ask for a motion to move my substitute.
Move.
All right, it's been moved in second. Mr. Serkis, who's here in the room with me, would you move my substitute? All right, so the chair's substitute has been moved to get it before us. Is there a second for that?
Second.
All right, now we're going to start working through the amendments. All right, and I'm going to let, even if they're not committee members, I'm going to let the lead sponsor of an amendment talk about it. I really, 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 really am asking nicely that at this point, everybody's read the package. Everybody's been working on this for a long time. You know, let's hear the couple sentence version of what the amendment does, not the 5-minute version of the amendment, please. So amendment number 1 is Councilman Rosenberg's. Would you like to tell us what that is? And then we'll get a motion from the committee.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Amendment 1 and Amendment 4 both aim to move Metro schools closer to what the school board asked for. It'll be my intention tomorrow night to roll these amendments behind Councilmember Suara, who seeks to do the same thing in a different way. But so this first amendment just moves the $5 million from the rainy day fund to Metro Schools.
So do you intend to pursue this one, or do you just intend to pursue Councilmember Suarez?
It depends on what happens to Councilmember Suarez.
All right, so you do seek a recommendation for this?
Yes, please.
And so I don't have to ask every time. Does somebody want to just tell me they're going to move every single amendment, Councilman Syracuse? And I'm assuming somebody else on the committee is going to tell me they're going to move, they're going to second every single one of them.
Second.
And I'm going to assume we've got the motion second for everyone. All right, so we've got a motion and second for number one, which amends the mayor's budget only and takes $5 million from the rainy day fund and appropriates it to MNPS. Any discussion about this? Seeing none. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed?
No.
No. All right. All right, so we're going to try this by hands, folks. Let me go back to all in favor. All in favor, raise your WebEx hand. I have 3 in favor. Take those down, please. And any opposed, raise your WebEx hand. It's 5. There we go. And take those down, folks. Any abstaining? One abstention, it looks like. And Mr. Cooper, for today, I'm going to not vote unless there's a tie. All right, so the vote on that was 3 in favor, 5 against, 1 abstaining. Next, we have, well, there's 4 that we're going to take in succession. Amendments 2, 3, 11, and 27 all seek to take the allocation from Partnership 2020, which is a Chamber of Commerce, and spend it on other things. Number 2 would put it into $175,000 away from the chamber toward additional staffing for the council finance office. Number 3 would instead allocate the money to in full motion. Number 11 by Council Member Bradford would allocate the funds to certain regional and specialty chambers of commerce and the 4% fund. And number 27 is by Council Member Welsh and would take the $175,000 and allocate it in a split between the Nashville Public Education Foundation and the Community Education Commission. I'm going to let each of those 3 council members make their pitch about that, because we're going to consider, well, I'll ask for a motion on one at a time after we hear from the council members. So we'll start with you, Mr. Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will not be moving number 3. That has been that's being handled. But as far as number 2 goes, I think a lot of you are aware that we've been at the mercy of financial analysis from the finance department forever. This is no slight on the finance folks down there right now, but we end up losing a lot of money because we don't have our own analysis, or we find ourselves in a much worse fiscal situation than we were led to believe because we lack the capacity to do our own fiscal analyses. So this is an opportunity to spend $175,000 to save potentially millions on a regular basis by ensuring that we're spending money responsibly. It's taking money from a multi-million-dollar corporation who pays its president almost $500,000 and instead uses that money for the benefit of the taxpayers. So I would appreciate your support.
Thank you. Councilmember Bradford, would you care to comment? I haven't actually looked to see whether he's on the line.
Excuse me, Chair, I have a point of order, please.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
Can you clarify Councilmember Rosenberg's previous amendment that we just voted on? Did that amendment fail?
Well, it's not fail. It's the recommendation was to not approve it.
So does that mean it won't go before the body tomorrow, or will the body still vote on it tomorrow?
No, every amendment goes to the body tomorrow. All we're doing is making a recommendation one way or the other, a non-binding recommendation one way or the other.
Thank you, Chair.
No problem. It doesn't look like Councilmember Bradford is on, and I don't know whether Councilmember Welsh is on either. All right. Looks like neither one of them is on. My suggestion, because we're now going to do voting on Amendment 2, 11, and 27. My suggestion, non-binding suggestion, is you vote for one of these or zero of these, but not more than one, because they're contradictory. So we'll start. We'll consider.
Can I contradict you on your non-binding opinion, Mr. Chair?
Sure, Mr. Rosenberg, go for it.
With apologies, I think that, even if they're in conflict, I think my personal opinion, which has no validity here whatsoever, is that we're trying to give the body an idea of whether it's a good amendment or a bad amendment more than pitting them against each other. But that's my thought on it. I appreciate the chance to air that.
Well, the one thing I know for sure is I got no control over how people vote, so they're welcome to your view or my view. Thank you for that, though, Councilman. Mr. Cooper to the side makes the point that tomorrow night people couldn't do that. Tomorrow night they'd have to pick one or the other. All right, so we're going to start with Amendment 2. Councilman Rosenberg eliminates $175,000 allocation to the Chamber of Commerce and reallocates the funds to Metro Council Office for additional staffing for Council Finance Division. Councilman Glover, comment?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was simply going to say, given the fact you'll have yes and no to these, you think it'd be more expedient if we go ahead and raise our hands for yes or no? That way we knock it out that way, maybe a little more rapidly.
Yeah, I think we're just going to do hands for yeses and nos on all of them, because I think you're right about that. All right, so all in favor of a positive recommendation for Amendment number 2, raise your WebEx hand. Seeing 3. All right, please bring those hands down. All wishing to vote in favor of a negative recommendation on this amendment, raise your WebEx hand. Looks like 5. All right, that's 5. Lower your hands, please. And anybody abstaining, raise their hand. Looks like nobody abstaining. All right. Yeah. 3 in favor, 5 against. So the recommendation for that one is to not approve. So I'm going to do number 11 next, which is Councilman Bradford's reducing the allocation to Partnership 2020 from $175,000 to $100,000 and reallocates the funds for $10,000 to Nashville LGBT Chamber, $10,000 to Nashville Black Chamber, $10,000 for Tennessee Latin American Chamber, $10,000 Nashville Area Hispanic Chamber, $10,000 Donaldson Hermitage Chamber, and $25,000 to General Fund 4% Reserve. All in favor of this one, raise your WebEx hand. 1 in favor. Take that down. All two in favor. I'm sorry. All right. Please take that down. People wishing to vote to not recommend. So voting no on this one, raise your WebEx hand. I got 7 on that. 7 opposed. Take those down, please. Anybody abstaining? Got to take those down. Mr. Sirkis.
Mr. Chair, this is Councilman Roden. I noticed we had several hands up that time that weren't on the committee. I just want to make sure they didn't get counted.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go back to, if you're voting no on this one, raise your WebEx hand, please, if you're on the committee. All right, so 6. Take those 6 hands down, please. If you're abstaining, raise your hand. Mr. Glover, take your hand down. There you go. Looks like 1 abstaining. So we recommend not approving this one. All right, now we're going to move on to number 27, which is Councilmember Welsh decreases the allocation for Partnership 2020 by $175,000 and increases Nashville Public Education Foundation by $112,500 and Community Education Commission by $62,500. All in favor of this one, raise your WebEx hand. Seeing none, any Councilmember Porterfield, you got to be quicker on these, or I'll go slower, I guess. So that's 2 and 3 in favor. Councilmember Porterfield, do you mean to have your hand up for the yeses?
Yes, sir, I did, and I will go faster. Thank you.
All right, so it's 3 yeses. Take those hands down. Any opposed, raise the hand. Eight. All right, take those down. There's nobody left to abstain. So that is also not recommended for approval. All right, now we're on to number 4. Rosenberg amends the chair's substitute to decrease the rainy day fund by net of $2,525,805 and appropriates those funds to Metro Schools. Councilman Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This does the same thing as the first, except it moves less money. It gets the schools up to the $15 million that was requested in their budget. So is in effect fully funding their request by moving about half the money from our $5 million rainy day fund.
Thank you. Any discussion on this one? Councilmember Allen.
Just some clarification. I've seen so many different versions. I thought your second substitute took the money to the rainy day fund. Is that the same $5 million, or was there $5 million left after that, or am I thinking of a different budget?
This amendment recognizes that my substitute moves the rainy day fund down to $3.4 million, and he only takes 2.5 of it. So his is consistent with my substitute.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other discussion on this one? All in favor of amendment number 4 that reduces the rainy day fund by approximately $2.5 million and appropriates those funds to MNPS, raise your WebEx hand. Looks like 6. 6 in favor. Take those down, please. All opposed, raise your hand. So that's 4. All right, take those down. And any abstaining? Mr. Druffel, hand down. Seeing nobody abstaining, we recommend approval of that one. 6 in favor, 4 against. Is that right? All right, that one's recommended in favor. Six in favor, 4 against. Okay, next we've got number 5, which is Councilmember Sledge. Decreases the allocation total for public health and safety contingency by $2.5 million and increases the allocation for the Barnes Fund for affordable housing by $2.5 million. Mr. Sledge, would you like to comment on this before opening it for discussion?
Yes, Chair. So this is the same fund out of which people might be familiar that there were $2.1 million taken out for body cameras. That leaves another essentially 2.8 that was in there. This is a contingency fund that is not allocated to any particular use and would be otherwise subject to the direction of the finance director. Those who are familiar with our discussion with the Barnes Fund over the last couple of years, the $5 million that was impounded essentially kind of froze a couple of projects that the commission had already approved. One of those projects has $1 million bridge loan on it, essentially from the housing fund and a private source. So when we talk about having $10 million in the budget right now for the Barnes Fund, that's actually only 5 in new projects. That is, the other 5 would go to the project that the commission previously approved. So in putting another $2.5 million toward affordable housing, we are funding at 75% of the levels that we typically would in a year versus the 50% that is in there currently for new projects. One other note that I will make is that we are going to take up at our June commission meeting the potential of setting aside some amount of whatever the commission receives in the FY21 budget toward tornado rehab, where nonprofits who do rehab work will be working specifically in locations where tornado damage still is. We have about 1,200 properties that still have that sort of damage. So we are looking at the potential of setting aside some amount, and increasing the overall fund would enable us to set aside more for that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like just to ask the administration to comment on for the group on the source of the money coming from this public health and safety contingency. Ms. Wilson?
Sure, thank you. You'll recall, and when we were describing the mayor's proposed budget, we made what had been historical budget target savings permanent cuts in the baseline of departments. When we did that, we created this contingency by putting the permanent cuts made in the baseline to our police, fire, EMS, OEM, DEC, and health departments into this contingency. And it's true, we have identified work, and we fully support the use of the police contingency now for the implementation of body-worn cameras. But the balance that exists in the contingency are for fire, EMS, OEM, DEC, and the health department. This is different than the concept of a rainy day fund. This makes sure we don't have any unintended consequences from the cuts to our responding departments when we're in a state of emergency. And particularly
Sam,
given
bring over that milk on the counter.
Particularly given that the CARES Act state and local funding currently expires on December 30th, we wanted to make sure we kept the rest of the remaining contingency intact to face their needs by these important response departments after December 30th, before the end of FY21.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Allen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a clarification on if we were to do this, how does this get reconciled with the needs to be replaced in some future budget? Does this become that, or is that still something that we can look forward to?
I think this comes out of recurring funds. because this comes out of tax revenue, general fund tax revenue. So I think this would be considered recurring.
Well, so I guess my question is, right now there is a by the charter obligation to pay back that $5 million that was impounded in some future budget. And so we know at some point there will be a $5 million add to the Barnes Fund above what we would be doing anyway, I hope. So my question is...
Yeah, I think every charter and finance expert in the chamber is shaking their head no on this. I'm going to just deal with the prerequisite of whether it's required to replace that $5 million. I'm going to, one of the shaking no heads, maybe Mr. Cooper can talk about that.
I get to be the bad guy. There was an expressed intention to replace that money if revenue was available, and then all of this stuff happened and the revenue is not available. So that's why it wasn't replaced. There was no legal obligation to replace it.
There's a legal obligation to replace it some year. So I guess that's what I'm saying is, if this is not it, then we know it's going to come in some future budget because that is required. Is that correct?
No, council member, that's not correct.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Councilmember Sledge.
I think Councilmember Druffel was up before me. I'll wait.
All right, Councilmember Druffel.
Thanks so much, Chair. Two questions. One is, what is the total public health and safety contingency that's available? And two is, what would this give us in the Barnes Fund if approved in total?
So the as proposed in the mayor's budget, that contingency was $4.8 million. The intention of the mayor and my substitute is to use 2.1 of that for the body cams, thereby reducing it to 2.7 million. So Councilmember Sledge's amendment would use up all but approximately $200,000 of the contingency, and it would increase the Barnes Fund allocation from 10 million to 12.5 million.
Thanks. A follow-up question. Historically, how much have we had to use out of this fund for these contingencies and emergencies? Do we have any history?
This is actually a new contingency that was put in this year. There are other contingency accounts in the budget that are always in there. This one is a new one.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Councilmember. Councilmember Sledge, you're up next.
Thank you. I'll just give one clarification based on Councilmember Druffel's question was that, and I think what the administration said as well, is that we have I would argue we have a contingency fund for public health and safety, and it's the CARES Act funding. And even if we are to pass a resolution tomorrow, we would still have about $80 million in which we could put towards some of those contingencies. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'm not seeing anybody else in the queue, so we're about to take a vote on whether to recommend amendment number 5, which decreases the public health and safety contingency by $2.5 million down to about $200,000, and instead allocates that money to the Barnes Fund for Affordable Housing. Seeing nobody else in the queue, if you're in favor of this amendment number 5, raise your hand. Looks like 5 in favor. All right, six in favor. All right, take those hands down, and any opposed, raise your hand.
You going outside?
Looks like 5. All right, we recommend approval, 6 in favor, 5 against. All right, now we're on to amendments 6 and 7 by Councilmember Parker. I know he intends these to be alternatives to one another. I see he's on the WebEx. I'm going to let him talk about these, and then we'll take votes on one after the other. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Chair. So what these amendments do, they work pretty much the same, and they put the money in sort of two different places. So these are essentially reallocating 1% each from Metro Nashville Police, from Davidson County Sheriff's Office, and the Davidson County DA's office. That totals about it's closer to $3 million. Amendment 6 moves those funds directly to MNPS, while Amendment 7 would move those funds into a contingency account to fund a social and emotional learning program, most likely administered by schools, but possibly through parks or another partner. And I would ask, I'm not sure which I would like to move. I would not move both tomorrow. It will be one or the other. So I would ask the committee for approval on the two of these so that we can consider one of them tomorrow.
All right, thank you. And I'm going to consider number 6 moved and seconded, and I see Mr. Druffel's hand up. Do you have a comment on this one?
Sorry, I forgot to take it down.
Oh, all right. All right, so we're on 6. I'm considering it moved and seconded. Councilmember Toombs.
Thank you, Chair. And Councilman Parker may have mentioned this and I missed it, but do we know what the impact is of these cuts? Like, would that result in personnel being let go if we cut from these 3 different budgets?
Mr. Parker?
I'm not clear on that. If we have any representatives from the departments that are available to answer that question, that would be great.
Let me try the administration first. Mr. Jameson.
Thank you, Chairman. Our assumption, because of similar discussions with the police department on other amendments, is that the 2.98 from the police department would have personnel impacts for them, and the reduction for the district attorney's office would have body camera implementation reductions for them. If Councilman would be interested, I can pursue written requests from both of those departments to absolutely confirm and have that for you in the morning.
Mr. Jameson, yes, I would appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Councilmember Toombs.
That's all I had. I just wanted to know the impact to those departments.
All right, thank you. Seeing nobody else, Councilmember Suara for discussion.
Thank you, Chair. And I may be confusing 2 millions with each other, but my understanding from when we had the budget hearings from the police department was that the 2 million was supposed to be for training. Is there 2 different 2 millions, or? Because at the time, I think they were talking about a 2 million net for training rather than for recruitment. Is this a separate 2 million or the same one?
I know Mr. Jameson has had these conversations, so I'll turn to him.
All right, Councilor Suara, we've confirmed with Chief Anderson that these were for the purpose of hiring, training, and issuance of equipment to the recruits and officers as well. So that was his observation this afternoon.
Sorry, you said hiring, training. Is it for both? I'm sorry, it may have cut off while you were speaking.
Sure. No, I'm just reading an email from from Chief Anderson. These funds are for the sole purpose of hiring, training, and issuance of equipment to the new police recruit/officers.
Is there a way we can get a breakdown of that? What percentage is hiring and what percentage is training and what percentage is equipment?
I will ask the chief to provide that.
Thank you.
All right, I'm seeing no other. Councilmember Nash.
Yes, I might be able to help a little bit. My understanding is that's a class of 48 that the department is hoping to put through the academy, and that fund is for their training and their hiring and their equipment. If that
Thank
helps
you,
out.
Councilmember.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sepulveda.
Just wanted a little bit more of clarification. Is that for the 48 that they're already training, or for the over 100 police officer vacancies?
Council Lady, I will follow up with and add that to the questions for Chief Anderson for response.
Thank you.
Councilmember Johnston.
I just wanted, we've discussed the impact on the police department and the DA. I wanted to see if we've gotten any information from the sheriff on what impact that would have on his department.
I'm sure that Mr. Jameson will be happy to look into that for you too. He shakes his head yes. He'll get that to you by 8:30 tomorrow morning.
I'm sure. Thanks.
I don't know about 8:30, but tomorrow morning sometime he'll get it for you. Thank you, Mr. Jameson. Councilmember Sepulveda, is that a new question or hand still up?
Sorry, hand still up.
All right, thanks. All right, I'm going to go slow on the scroll here, see if anybody else has got anything on this one. Looks like no. So we're on number 6 from Mr. Parker that reduces Sheriff's Department, Police Department, DA by the numbers we talked about and reallocates $2.9 million to MNPS General Purpose Fund. If you're in favor of this one, raise your WebEx hand, please. Looks like 1. All right, please take that hand down if you're, well, looks like 2. Councilmember Porterfield, how do you intend to vote on that one?
Voting in favor.
Okay, so we've got 2 in favor. Any opposed? Raise your hand, please. You got that? 5. It's 5. Let's take abstentions now, see what happens. Three abstentions. So that
5 against, 2 in favor, 5 against.
2 in favor, 5 against, 3 abstentions. So we do not recommend approval of that one. Now we're on to number 7, which has the same reductions and reallocates $2.9 million to a new contingency account for a child social and emotional learning program. Before we do the vote, I will take a quick scan. Seeing no hands up, all in favor of recommending this one, raise your hand. Three in favor of this one? Three in, bring your hands down. And opposed, raise your hand. Six. Any abstentions? Y'all take your hands down. Looks like no abstentions. All right, so that one fails. It got 3 votes in favor, 6 against. We do not recommend approval of that one. Next, we've got number 8, Councilmember Suara, reduces the undesignated fund balance for Metro schools by $8,158,500 and appropriates the funds to a contingency account for MNPS step raises. The school's general fund undesignated fund balance would remain, I think it's supposed to say above the 3% minimum required by state law. Councilmember Suarez, would you like to give us introductory comment on this one?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, so this is trying to do a couple of things in some ways. The school is requested for 15 million. The substitute has a 7 million. This is trying to give the 8 million, but it's also doing it in different ways because some of the concerns we've had over the years is that when we do give money to the school, how do we make sure they're spending it the way we want them to spend it? And so this is designated it specifically for steps for teachers, because I think most of what I've heard from people that don't mind their taxes being raised is that they do not mind it going to teachers. And so specifically saying that this is what we want to spend on, that's what this resolution would do. The other thing that it's also doing is that it's taking the money from the fund balance. The state requirement is that we have a 3% in that reserve. Currently, we have a 4% budgeted. And so taking that 1% will still be within the state law. And what it does is that, remember that it's still in the school fund balance. So it's going from the school to the school. That's another thing that it's doing. The other thing that I also want everybody to remember is that since the beginning of the conversation, we've had some more money coming from COVID. So we have a 2.5 million that came into general fund. The school is also going to have some more money come in. And so at the end of the day, whatever extra we get, either from sales taxes that we under budgeted for or CARES Act relief that we get, all of that will still go back into the reserve. So at the end of the day, we're going to net up in a good place. Finally, I wanted to say that this afternoon I found out that the school did overspend on the nutrition department by 4.5 million, and they're going to make up for that from their reserve. But my question to finance, which they did confirm, is that the money spent by the nutrition department also qualifies for COVID. And so they may get that money back as well from COVID. So all of that is going to go back into the same place. I'm asking everyone to support this, because if we don't, we miss the opportunity, in case all the numbers come back right, to not have this designated. It will be designated. If they don't have the money, let's say they don't get the COVID and we don't have the sales revenue to back it up, it will not be spent. But what this is allowing us to do is allowing us to set aside that fund to be able to pay our teachers, to be able to do what people are asking us to do, that if we are increasing their taxes, we want to make sure that it's going to the people that are supporting Nashville. So I hope that you all will vote in support. Thanks.
Thanks. So I'm going to do two things before I open it to council member questions. One, on this one, I'm going to tell you all where the thinking is on the chair substitute, and then I'm going to ask finance for their comments about it. I'm very opposed to this. Councilmember Suarez knows this. On her famous Facebook show, we talked about this. The idea, from my perspective, of driving this amount to the absolute minimum of the 3% on a $1 billion school system is not prudent, no matter how urgent the emergency. There's very few school systems in the state, I understand, that flirt with the absolute minimum, and I don't think we should. Today I'm not voting on the amendments unless there's a tie. Tomorrow I'm definitely opposed to this, but of course, obviously respect the will of the body on it. I do want to get finance to comment on whether it will still satisfy the 3% minimum required, and I think that's Ms. McDonald that's going to talk about that.
It's kind of like Council Lady Spore just said. If the state approves the school's request to use part of the $26 million CARES money to reimburse itself for the fund balance deficit in the nutrition fund, and all the other estimates are right, then yes, it would. The problem with the reimbursement from the state on the CARES fund, the way I understand it, is they really won't know until June 30th whether or not the state is approving the use for sure. And then the hope is that the state would actually fund the CARES money by June 30th. So because of those two, contingencies, they are going to transfer money from the general purpose school fund to the nutrition fund for the $4.5 million to make sure the nutrition fund is not in a negative situation at the end of the year. But right now there's uncertainty about the reimbursement from the state, from the CARES funding.
And just to ask a follow-up question on that, because I'm not sure everybody has gotten the play-by-play. Since the mayor's budget came out, it's come to light that the school system was overdrawn on its nutrition account by $4.5 million. And if that doesn't get reimbursed by CARES money, that's going to reduce the fund balance. And as of today, we don't know what's going to happen with that. Is that a fair summary?
That's a fair summary. We won't know until, potentially until June 30th.
All right. Thank you. Council Member Glover.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, the other unmute. So, Mr. Cooper, just very quickly, do we have the authority to point money in any way to the school, or all we do is just give them a flat amount, unless I misunderstand?
So this wouldn't actually appropriate the money to schools. It would appropriate the money to a contingency account, and then if schools if the school board decided to implement the step raises, then the budget would authorize the director of finance to transfer those funds to schools.
Okay, so then I'm going to ask the question a little bit differently. So they approve it, and isn't this kind of an end around about something we normally don't have any authority in whatsoever?
This has been done in the past. That will be my answer.
Well, I'm not going to support it because I'm going to go on this one too and say I don't want to draw them down to 3%, especially since everybody's saying in Metro we've got to go to 5. They need to be at 5 or above. All right, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Council Member Allen. I saw next. Nope, your hand's not up.
Thank you, Mr. Glover asked my question.
All right, thanks. Councilmember Druffel.
Yeah, a general question that Council Lady Suara had brought up. We've understated the sales tax, or at least we're over the original forecast on the sales tax. How does that factor into the overall revenue impact when we do? Let's assume we do get more than we expected. Is there a chance then to lower the property tax, or how's that factor in the over scheme of things? Thank you.
We'll hand that one out to Director Crumbo.
Hi, good afternoon. So the short answer about the revenue forecast is it's just too soon to tell what our revenues are really going to turn out to be during this period of the pandemic. Many of you have probably seen some reporting by the state that they're reporting their May numbers. The way that really works is that the state then turns to the local governments about a month after that with their actual activity, or with our actual activity. So it is just way too soon for us to know what our actual activity is going to be. In my mind, the biggest factor on that as to whether our original forecasts are going to turn out to be correct or not is simply that economists call it the substitution effect. In other words, where we're not spending money perhaps downtown or other places that are just so visible to us day in, day out, is the money being spent somewhere else, at your grocery store, what have you, out in the neighborhood? We just don't know the answer to that yet. So I'm not going to be revising the revenue forecast at this point. As a matter of practicality, after this fiscal year ends, and probably in around August or so, we will have a better view of what's actually happened during this period. And at that point, I think Councilman Mendez is already looking at some changes that will allow you to perhaps adjust property taxes or take some other actions that would change the course of this budget cycle. But for now, we're just way too early to tell what the revenue forecast is going to be, the actual revenue.
Thanks, Mr. Crump. I know it's a crystal ball. I guess my overall question, and you sort of answered this, is if assuming it does turn out positive, how is it determined what we do with that? Is it come back to council, or how does it work for us then? Let's assume it's over 50 million, or just by example. Is that then come back to us then to vote, or let's say we could vote for 50 million in a smaller property tax, or carve it up in different ways? Just trying to get a sense of, if it does happen, being an optimist, what would we do, or what could we do?
So, Mr. Druffel, I can tell you what Council Director Cooper and I have talked about on this when we were coming up with the idea of getting, having the requirement of a revenue projection update by August 15th. What Director Cooper suggested to me is that, because we would only have a couple weeks to act by the beginning of September, and he suggested that the easiest course of action would be that we could make a decision. We'd have to meet a couple times with special meetings in the second half of August, but we, as the council, once we get the written revenue projection update and it shows improvement, use your example, $50 million, then we could have legislation that we would do very quickly in a couple of weeks to reduce the tax levy if that's what we want to do. Alternatively, we could, and we're hearing this play out in the amendments, I'll use just made up numbers. We could decide we wanted to reduce the revenue from the tax levy by 25 million, and we wanted to spend 25 million. And Mr. Cooper's suggestion to me is that it's relatively easy legislation to reduce the levy, and then we could, in a more deliberate fashion, in the ensuing weeks and meetings into September and October, decide how to spend with a supplemental appropriation bill. But trying to balance getting the most information we can by waiting as late as we can, and trying to make it actually doable. That was Mr. Cooper's suggestion, focus on the levy. And then if there's additional revenue that we want to spend, we can take our time with the supplemental appropriation. Mr. Cooper, did I get that about right? Yeah, okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thanks so much. I appreciate it.
And Chair, if I could provide 2 points of clarification. First, with respect to revenue forecasting, I know it is very frustrating for all of you all. It's very frustrating for my office and just frankly across the country trying to predict what revenues will be. And so I hope you'll bear with me as we try to make those forecasts. We're doing our best to look day in, day out about the data that's coming to us. Just a week ago, I was very encouraged about trends. And then as most of you probably saw on the news today, we've got an uptick of cases, an extension of phase 2 here locally. And so that obviously is a negative influence on my thinking on that. So I hope you'll bear with us there. And then also just wanted to come full circle and clarify for Council Lady Suhara, mechanically what she's attempting to do here does work. And as Director Cooper said, it has been done in the past. I joined Councilman Mendez in opposing that simply because I'd like to see the fund balances come up, but I didn't want anyone to mistake comments earlier that perhaps this wasn't possible from a budget or an accounting standpoint. So thank you for allowing me those 2 clarifications. Thank you. Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you, Chair. Can you clarify if this passes and MNPS is not reimbursed through CARES Act funding for the deficit where they've overspent to provide meals? What would be the resolution at that point? What would happen?
I think we can turn it to Kim McDonald, but it'll be under 3% at that point. Go ahead, Kim.
Yes, it would. Everything being equal, if it's not reimbursed from the CARES funding, it would result in the June 30th, 2021 balance, fund balance being at 2.5% instead of 3%.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Toombs.
Thank you, Chair. I had the exact same question as Councilwoman Porterfield.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Suara.
Thank you. One of the reasons why I was doing fund reserve to fund reserve is for the reasons that everyone is highlighted. It's not touching revenue, not touching expenses. Now, one of the questions that was put to me, and I want to ask Director Cooper, is that can this be done with the caveat that if they did not get the money, then they don't spend it? Because the money is still in the reserve, it's just set aside. it's more like you're putting some restriction on it. But if the money is there, we're saying go ahead and pay it. Is there a way to do that if the funds does come in?
So you're suggesting adding another contingency to the contingency account?
See, that's what I thought. No. Thank you. I thought a contingency means just that it's not an automatic spending. It's based on some conditions. And one of the conditions is that the school board has to approve. Condition? Yes, so one of the conditions is that the school board approves it, but the second condition is that it will not bring the fund balance below the percentage.
I guess theoretically, you could modify your amendment to do that.
Suspending the rules.
Right.
Yeah, I think the consensus, it looks like from finance and Mr. Cooper here in the chamber, is that if you were able to successfully suspend the rules to add an extra condition, that would at least eliminate the risk of going below 3%.
Okay, so how do I do that, Mr. Cooper? Is that on the floor tomorrow?
Yeah, on the floor tomorrow.
Okay, all right. I would like to do that, if that would ease everyone's mind.
Council Member Glover?
Call the question.
All right, looks like you're the last one with your hand up, so I'm just going to go ahead and say you're the last one with your hand up, so we're going to take a vote. All right, so we're on amendment number 8, reduces the undesignated fund balance for MNPS by $8.1 million and appropriates it to a contingency fund for MNPS step raises. If you're in favor of this one, raise your WebEx hand, please. Looks like 5. All right, 6 in favor, take your hand down, please. Those opposed, raise your WebEx hand. Looks like 3 opposed. Let's check abstentions. Any abstentions? Two abstentions. So that's 6 in favor, 3 against, and 2 abstentions. So we recommend approval of amendment number 8. Councilmember Suara, I would strongly recommend that you get with Mr. Cooper to figure out precise terminology. In previous years, when we've attempted to amend the $2.5 billion budget ordinance with unwritten oral amendments from the floor, it gets really messy. So I would recommend getting squared away very precisely about what you're going to ask for.
Okay, thank you.
All right, number 9, Councilman Rutherford decreases 2 contingency accounts by $62,000 and reallocates the funds to human resources for a veteran services officer position. Is Councilman Rutherford on the call? He is.
Yes, Chair, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Yes, this does exactly that. We currently have 2 veteran service officer positions, and they simply need a lot of help. They've needed some help for a few years now. And given the current circumstances that we're in with COVID-19 and other crises that we face, they need even more help. For those who may not be aware, the 2 folks that we currently have work out in conjunction with Operation Stand Down, which is a great relationship, and we can continue the great work there by adding this position. And of course, this is essentially revenue neutral because we're not adding to the budget by doing this. we can serve a lot more veterans by adding another position there to give these folks some help. In the interest of time, I won't go into facts and figures unless anyone has any questions, but I would hope that the committee would give this serious consideration. Thank you.
Thanks. We'll consider this moved and seconded. Councilmember Glover.
Just very quickly, Chair, where does the money move from to do this?
Yeah, I'll get the details for you here in a second. It's and this is on page 19 of the
okay.
160.
All right, trying to keep up. Yeah, sorry.
That's all right, and I'll just mention it for everybody else. It decreases a fund called Contingency Local Match by $12,000, and a fund called Contingency Account number 01101-309 by $50,000. And those are both finance. I mean, I'll put words in their mouth. They don't love it, but it doesn't do any harm to the budget.
Well, okay. Well, all right. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to support this because our veterans need everything we can do for them. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Chair. Just to follow up on Councilmember Rutherford's comments, in the Veterans Caucus, when we held sort of early hearings about what was a need in the community, this immediately came up, and it came up in separate conversations we had actually heading into this term. I would say it was probably, not speaking for Operation Stand Down, but it was probably at the top of the list of what they were looking for. So I'll be supporting this as well.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no other hands, we'll move to taking a vote on whether to recommend approval of number 9, which decreases 2 contingency accounts by $62,000 and reallocates the funds to human resources for a veteran services officer position. All in favor of this one, raise your hand. That looks like 11. So that's 11 in favor. Take your hands down. Any opposed? Can you all take your hands down, please? Councilmember Benedict. All right. I'm going to assume she is actually a yes, like she was the first time. So that's 11 in favor, 0 against. We recommend approval of number 9. Thank you. Number 10 from Councilmember Bradford eliminates the Economic Development Incentive Grant for HCA in the amount of $648,500 and reallocates the funds, basically 50% of it, $324,250 to the Health Department for Metro Animal Care and Control, and the other half, $324,000 to the Metro Arts Commission. Is Councilmember Bradford on?
I'm here, Chair.
All right. Do you want to give us a brief explanation about this one?
Certainly. So with my conversations I've had over the last few months with Metro Animal Care and Control, this amount is what they've been asking for since fiscal year 18. This money would go for hiring 3 new animal control officers, 3 new kennel employees, as well as updating and replacing some of their trucks and vehicles and equipment, and updates to their exterior puppy playpens. And so I'm just asking for the support of my colleagues in Budget and Finance and on the council to support this, as we've heard so much pushback from our constituents about the corporate handouts and corporate incentives, and seeing how recently HCA has been called out for the receiving of nearly $1 billion in federal funds, while at the same time laying off and furloughing employees, giving raises and bonuses to their CEOs and other members of management. I just think this is a better use of our limited funds to have it go back to an entity that, while it may be located in District 13, it serves the entire county, and it benefits the entire county and all the services that they provide. So I just ask that the body support this initiative to to show the city and our constituents that we are willing to make sure that the money that we are handing out actually stays within Metro departments and help benefit Metro citizens.
All right, thank you. And before I open it to council members, I meant to mention that this one conflicts with number 24 by Councilmember Henderson, who reduces the same HCA economic incentive and uses it for a different purpose. In her amendment 24, it's to reduce the tax levy. And so I want to make sure that we talk about both of those at least close to each other. And so I want to give Council Member Henderson a chance to talk about her number 24 at this point. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I had to scroll back up. I guess there's 3 different buttons I could have unmuted. I apologize. I was a little slow on that. Yes. So I have 2 comprehensive amendments in which this is included, but to your point, I do have a separate third amendment that stands alone, number 24, that basically takes all these economic incentives particular to our larger corporations and zeroes them out for the purpose of lowering the tax levy, just a general purpose there. And so I appreciate very much what Councilman Bradford is doing here. And I think, you know, in the interest of consolidating around a particular concern or issue, that's why I presented this as basically it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 consolidated incentives, all of them to 0. And so in looking through the packet, I'm not sure if there's others. You know, I'm not speaking against Councilman Bradford's approach. It has merit, but I would say just for the body and the process, you know, it might be wise if my approach is zeroing them all out, so we're not kind of picking favorites. But I do see Councilman Bradford's approach here because I know HCA has been under particular scrutiny of late. So my approach is just to zero them all out. I think we've heard loud and clear from the community that this is not something that our citizens prioritize at this time. And all of this legislation that enables this is written in such a way as to availability of funds. So it is something that we can zero out. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I guess Councilman Rosenberg's point before about how to think about this, you guys can vote however you want today. Tomorrow, these 2 in particular, you really couldn't vote for both of these tomorrow. For today, you know, vote your heart. I want to hear from, I think, administration. Last time this came up in Finance Committee a couple weeks ago, there was a question about whether we could do this or not do this. What's the administration's position?
Thank you, Chair. Metro Legal has reviewed the agreement, and with the exception of the UBS agreement, all of them contain similar language conditioning the payments upon the annual appropriation of funds by the council. They also go on to acknowledge that the agreement is an inducement for the company to bring and maintain operations. So because it's clearly conditioned upon the council appropriation of funds, did the council not do that in a operating budget, that would seem to satisfy the contract. The administration would relay a few concerns with the chair's indulgence, if I could add that. Of course, the operating budget proposed by the mayor does make 50% across the board cuts. Each of the recipients was contacted in advance, and none of them, of course, were elated, but understood the budget crisis that we were facing. I'm not sure if these entities have been contacted regarding the additional cuts. I would certainly recommend that. The mayor has, of course, expressed concerns about the role of economic incentives going forward, but I think with respect to existing contracts, we have to be careful about what our reputation may be should we zero that out. And just want to put those concerns before the council as they consider this.
Chair, could I be recognized?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Crumbo.
It's Director Crumbo. I want to reiterate Mr. Jamison's comments, but particularly as the financial officer of the city, point out that each of these corporations has been contacted about an across-the-board cut. It seems to me particularly dangerous for a body such as this to take action and target a specific corporation among those, particularly one, HCA in particular, that is one of our largest employers. Their contributions to the community are enormous. They are under some scrutiny at this moment, but it seems to me a particularly dangerous practice to target them. So if there's going to be a movement in this direction, I'd highly encourage sticking with the approach that the mayor has laid out. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I see one hand up. Councilmember Henderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. As to Mr. Jamison's points, I would just assert that, given the way these are established and, comparatively, our budget to their budget, the size of these each in isolation, they should not count on these every year. They should know, and with the mayor's office's outreach in that regard, and the larger community sentiment, the discussion in the media, and for legislation particular to Amazon and others of late, I think the corporate community is aware of this. And so, again, the impact is $1.5 million. And so, respectfully, we write this legislation to allow for a moment like this. And so I don't think we need to couch it in, our reputation. I think it speaks well of our city that we're putting our citizens above corporations, because many of these, look at Dell, not written well as legislation. I mean, decades and decades that we've had that in the operational budget. And so they have benefited from this, as have all the folks here. And again, my approach is to be fair and zero them all out, and not pick a favorite or one to focus on. Thank you.
Councilmember Van Rees.
Yes, I've been listening to this entire meeting, and I appreciate everyone's real hard work to try to make some substantial effort in regard to making sure that we're doing everything we can do possible. But I had to chime in about all this about HCA. I know that they're going to need to work out from a corporate level what's happening, but as the largest employer in District 8, and for the unbelievable amount of benefit that Skyline Hospital has had for our community as a trauma center, the work that they've done with the community cannot go underscored. When you talk about corporations, you got to remember that you're talking about employees. And we're going to be talking a lot about a lot of different things, but I appreciate just the opportunity to chime in on this. And if you're going, I agree with Mr. Crumbo, this situation. I mean, if you're going to do something, it should be across the board. It should not single anybody out.
Mr. Bradford, we're on a issue that's worth less than 0.1% of the budget. If you have something more to add, go ahead.
Yes, I was just going to add that if you look in the budget, this HCA deal is for their Charlotte location and not for any of their hospitals. This is for their offices downtown.
Thank you. All right, seeing nobody else in the queue, we're going to vote first on number 11. Which is Mr. Bradford's, number 10. Eliminates the economic incentive grant for HCA for $648,000 and reallocates it to Arts Commission and Health Department for Metro Animal Care and Control. Councilmember Van Rees, can you lower your hand? All in favor of this one, committee members in favor of this one, raise your hand. lower your hands. If you're opposed to this one, raise your hand. Eight. Any abstention? Lower your hands, please. Any abstentions? I didn't, is that Councilmember Vercher abstaining? Is that right, Councilmember?
Yes.
All right, so we got one abstention, so this one is not recommended for approval. Next, we're gonna hop to number 24 for Councilmember Henderson, which reduces the operating budget by $1.5 million approximately by eliminating a series of economic incentives and reducing the tax levy by $0.004, so 0.4 of a cent. And so this would eliminate the economic incentives for Dell, UBS, HCA, Warner Music, Philips Music, and Bridgestone. So if you're in favor of this one, raise your hand. Three, four in favor of this one. All right, take your hands down. Opposed to this one, raise your hand. Three. Let's try abstentions. If you're abstaining on this one, raise your hand. So 2. So that's 4 in favor, 3 against, 2 abstaining. We've the narrowest of margins recommended approval of that one. All right, that was number 24. So now we're going to go back. We were on 10. We already did 11. So now we're on.
Excuse me, point of order.
Sure, what's up?
I thought I heard 3 in favor. When you counted the hands in favor, you said 3 in favor, but then in the end you said 4 in favor? Unless I missed something.
4 in favor, 3 against, 2 abstentions on that one.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. All right. The next 2 go together. They're from Councilmember Johnston. Number 12 amends the chair substitute, and number 13 is similar but would amend the mayor substitute. And these are fairly complex. Councilmember Johnson, can you want to go ahead and describe them for us?
Sure. So I really looked at this as a very comprehensive answer to trying to reduce the tax levy and improve optics within our community. I personally have a lot of low income residents and homeowners and renters, and I've got a lot of elderly that are on fixed income that this is going to tremendously impact, not to mention my small businesses. And so I really looked line item through line item, and every decision was very thoughtful, and I had discussions with almost every department. So what I want to get through first, because I don't think we need to beat a dead horse, is the economic incentives. I echo everything that Council Lady Henderson said. I just think I'm looking at this as a crisis budget, and it doesn't seem right to me to give economic incentives to and especially in the amounts that aren't going to make or break them on the backs of our taxpayers. And I know it's a small amount, but it's the optics of it. I just feel uncomfortable with it. To that same point, the chambers, I wasn't going to pick and choose To me, it's all, what's a necessity. What do my taxpayers, what do my residents look at as what makes sense? What's necessary. Some big things that are in here. One thing that may be confusing on yours is where I said on D and E, just D, is reducing the mayor's budget by $228,800. That was to accommodate the chief diversity officer and the workforce diversity manager that I thought was a really good idea. I felt like there's 3 unhired FTEs in the mayor's office, and whether they want these to be in the mayor's office or just use that money to allocate somewhere else, that's where that came from. So that's how, I guess, whoever made that decision on how to do that. The Barnes Fund, this does not mean that I don't think that that is an important and valuable fund. My thought process is, after speaking with Hannah, that there is a solid argument that CARES Act funding will be able to supplement not only this cut of $3 million, but also the $5 million that we cut last year. And so she understood, and we had a really good conversation. And so I felt more comfortable with that particular cut. The Transit Authority, as everyone knows, we had an email that came out where they were awarded $55.1 million in CARES Act funding. The mayor's budget, and I think chair's budget as well, both cut them by $22.8 million, leaving a $32.3 million overage, for lack of a better term. And so when I talked to them, and we went through what that money was going to go to with revenue shortfalls, some unfunded capital projects and things like that, I asked them, they understood where I was coming from. And I said, a $3 to $5 million cut. And they said, and I quote, "We could absolutely live with that." And so that's why I went with $3.5 million. What else? I'm cutting rainy day fund in half. I think that's been sort of funds that have been up for grabs with a lot of people for different purposes. I went ahead and put in $1.8 million of a budget adjustment savings. It's just overall, and I got that from chair's budget. So I'm sticking with that because I feel like just the optics of it is, I understand we've had targeted savings for a long time, and we're, supposedly running pretty lean. We're in unprecedented times, and I just feel like the optics of saying, look, we are looking for every single penny that we can look for before we're going to be imposing this inordinate tax increase on people, and especially our most vulnerable. I went with the mayor's budget as far as school funds appropriations. Our teachers deserve so much more, and there's no question about it. And it really makes me uncomfortable. I don't like it, but I just feel like that's not something that we need to do this year. And I'm hoping that our revenue projections are better than the reality is better than the projections. And that we can kind of alleviate some of these things. But I'm really just kind of looking at this from a very compassionate yet prudent perspective. And so, like I said, I don't want to go through line item by line item, because especially in this one, and then we can move on to number 13, which is just the mayor's budget. But if you want to ask questions, like I said, I don't want to take forever and a day on this.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Looking through the list, I see one hand, Councilmember Suara.
Thank you, Chair. I want to commend Councilmember Justin for the detailed analysis and what she's put together. That's painstaking. But what I want to say is I cannot support the amendments, because I don't see how we want to reduce strain on our elderly constituents, but impose something that will cut on education and things. Nashville Grad is in here as something that is being proposed to be cut. There's a business incubation center that's supposed to help people with businesses and things that are supposed to give people financial empowerment, and that has to do with learning, the Summer Youth Employment Program. I don't see why we want to appease the older community at the expense of the younger one. And so for that reason, I would not be voting in support of either one. Thank you.
And I understand that. You know, my thought process again on the grad program specifically was that I felt like because of the virus, the participation would be lower than usual. The small business incubation and all that, same thing. I was just literally looking for every single penny. And again, crisis budget, and hopefully next year, I mean, I'm feeling very, very hopeful and very optimistic that next year, you know, make these things back whole again. I'm just really trying to do anything I possibly can to make this better.
Thank you, council members. Councilman Glover.
Thank you, Chairman. All right, so just very quickly, I will support this because I think the part that I'm most impressed with is this is different. There's nothing about this that's fun. But I also know that, you know, the entire community has suffered financially. And so I think it's incumbent upon us to do the very same thing. So I commend the council lady for literally doing the due diligence that she's done. And no matter where this thing lands, I think this is the right way to approach it because we're trying to figure out how do we do what's best for the overall community. And it's all in, and so I will be supporting this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you to Councilwoman Johnson for your hard work and due diligence. Unfortunately, I will not be able to support this at this time. I think that some of the programs that are in here that will be cut are programs that we will really need to see with our constituents trying to financially bounce back from the impact of coronavirus. So, you know, when we're taking away opportunities to help them incubate businesses, to help with furthering their education, I think that that's going to have a negative impact, as well as the workforce diversity manager, the chief diversity manager. I think those things are really important. So again, I thank you for your due diligence, but unfortunately I cannot support it this time. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, council member. Councilmember Johnson, any last word before we take the vote?
Just to say that, you know, all of this, in my estimation, is temporary. This is to get through this unprecedented year where we are up against horrible challenges. And honestly, my thought was, knowing that the revenue was coming in a little bit better than we thought, that some of these things could be plugged back in. But I appreciate everybody's feedback, and so yeah, thanks.
Thank you, council member. All right, seeing nobody else in the queue, we're going to take a vote on number 12, which is Councilmember Johnston's amendment, set of amendments to the chair's substitute. If you're in favor of this, raise your WebEx hand. If you're a committee member and in favor of it, raise your WebEx hand. Looks like we've got 2. Take those hands down. Any opposed, raise your hand. Did you get the count? I take your word for it. 7 opposed. Any abstention? Looks like 2 abstentions. So we've got 2 in favor, 7 against, 2 abstention. We will not be recommending approval of this one. Next is number 13, also from Councilmember Johnston. This one has a similar set of changes, but it's to the mayor's budget, not the chair's substitute. Councilmember Johnston, anything to add on this one?
the biggest thing that's different, well, I guess, because I didn't talk about it, yours had the Parks and Recreation opening on Saturday. And I feel like that I've had conversations with children and with the Parks and Recreation employees. And I think that's a huge benefit to open on Saturdays for a lot of reasons. And so I agreed with you on that. And so I wanted to add that to the mayor's budget. Everything else, as far as cuts to ECDs, the rainy day fund, budget adjusted savings of 1.8, again, all hopefully temporary, maybe even more temporary than we think. CARES Act plugging in several different places. And again, like I said, temporary crisis budget.
Thank you, Councilmember. Looks like no hands. So we'll be taking a vote on number 13 from Councilmember Johnston to amend the mayor's budget. If you're in favor of this one, please raise your hand. Looks like 2 in favor. Go ahead, take your hands down. All opposed, raise your hand. Councilmember Virtue, you got to take your hand down. So 7 opposed. Take your hands down, and if you abstain, raise your hand. And 2 abstentions. So same vote as last one, 2 in favor, 7 against, 2 abstentions. Does not get a recommendation from the committee. Doesn't get a positive recommendation. All right, we've been through 16 of 40 amendments so far. I'm going to get through the 5 that Councilman Druffel has, and then I'm going to take a 5-minute break. Just so y'all have a heads up. Once we get through that, it's going to be a 5-minute break. All right, so 14 through 18 are all from Councilmember Druffel, and number 14 we'll start with. I think that one can be done alone. Reduces the general government departments by 1%, excluding police, fire, and sheriff, for total savings of $4.45 million. If you look at the actual amendment in the package, which is at page 25, he goes department by department about where those savings would be from. Councilman Druffel, briefly.
Yeah, this is just a broad brush 1% decrease. When I talked to my constituents, I just had a meeting on Saturday, and the question just came forward, where's the sacrifice within Metro? Now, and number one, I'd have to say the Metro employees and leadership that I've met are fantastic. So it has nothing to do with the individuals, but the question becomes, we need, in my mind, not only this, but several other areas to make improvements to show our constituents that we're serious about making some change. So this is a broad brush against all departments, not meant to individualize or impact anyone in particular, but simply to say, yeah, we, you know, many of you that are unemployed, many of you that are losing businesses, we see it, and we're going to make an effort, not only here, but in several areas, to minimize the property tax increase. It's that simple.
Thanks. And I'm going to ask either Mr. Crumbo or Mr. Jameson if there's a comment from either the Mayor's Office or Finance about the impact of this.
Thank you, Chair. We are concerned that given the $12 million department cuts that are already proposed, this would have both service level impact and employee reduction potential. And for that reason, we're concerned about this proposal.
All right. Any council members with questions or comments on this? Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you, Chair. Question very briefly for the sponsor. Can you share any of the thought process behind cutting all of the departments with the exception of police, fire, and sheriff, how they were saved from the cut?
Yeah, police and fire, my at least the information I had, that we were down 150 police officers. It probably didn't have the deep detail that I needed, but knowing that fire and police were already understaffed, that was the purpose of not doing it. I think there is a greater discussion to talk about how that can be allocated, but that was really the underlying reason.
Thank you so much, Councilman Druffel. Does this also cut from MNPS, who is also understaffed?
Not that I meant to do. Let me go check. But
no, it doesn't have.
No, I didn't purposely do that. Take anything out of NMPS.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mendez. I appreciate everybody looking for solutions everywhere, and hopefully we can find some of these. But I'm wondering if the administration can talk a little bit, just to give us ammunition for answering constituents about what the department savings have meant in terms of staffing levels in almost all the departments at this point. I mean, is it accurate to say that they've made sacrifices already, or are they sitting comfortable while we're like?
Who wants to take that one?
Yeah, this is Director Crumbo. So, I've been here about 7 months or so, and just looking back at the trends long before my arrival, we've had targeted savings going on for a number of years now, and it's my observation that there's nothing, if you will, sitting pretty, but rather the government seems to run in a very efficient way. And despite the cries here for, where's the government sacrificing, I think a lot of those sacrifices have been made already. There's a lot of money being sacrificed still in the mayor's budget. I think we've talked a lot about that, so I won't recap that here. But it is my opinion right now that governments are different than business. Governments cannot fail. And we need to have the best talent that we can to serve this community. I think the mayor's budget reflects that. I think the chair's budget reflects that. So all in, I'm very pleased with where we've been, and that, the targeted savings that have already been experienced are good. They've been made permanent. And again, the mayor's already made some other cuts as the chair. Thank you.
Thanks. Councilmember Allen?
Thank you. Yeah, and just kind of to translate targeted savings into something we can say to constituents. I mean, that has tended to mean hiring freezes and doubling up on jobs, or I mean, my understanding is just about every department is understaffed at this point. Is that, I mean, in 4 words, what does targeted savings usually mean?
Ms. Wilson?
Thank you, council member. Yes, I think the historical practice has been actually to delay hiring as much as possible. So most of our departments have used vacancy savings, attrition savings, in order to meet their target savings. Now, by making a permanent cut in the baseline of departments, we have taken some of that option away from them. They now had to actually articulate where those savings would come from and couldn't manage to do it. And the logic for that was we may need to still, we've got a tough year ahead of us. We may still need to use some of those other techniques as we move forward.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Next is Councilmember Suara.
Thank you, Chair. I'm never a fan of arbitrary cutting things, because you never know what you're cutting and the impacts on what you're cutting. I think I like CM Druffel's Amendment 15 that is talking about a study that looks at what are departments doing and what is the impact, how many staff do they need. And until we have those numbers, until somebody actually goes and look at what does a 1% mean, just like the police department, you can quantify, but what about the other departments? Would that result in inefficiency in services? Does it actually stop services to the people that we're actually trying to serve? So for that reason, I think just doing arbitrary coding is not always the best way to go. I think it needs to be based on data before we can do that. I understand where we're all coming from. We want to do the best that we can. But I think arbitrary numbers are always very dangerous, and it might impact departments and services as an unintended consequences.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Glover?
Thank you, Chair. So let me ask this question, because, I mean, I understand that targeted savings, and I understand how lean and mean we, quote, are running things. but how many people in metropolitan government have been furloughed or laid off since this emergency started, and multiple businesses in Nashville have been forced to close that basically had no say in things? How many people inside of Metro, forget the number of people of unfilled positions, how many people have been laid off or have been furloughed since this began, please?
Ms. Wilson.
We had an explicit goal of continuity of service in the budget and to minimize impacts. We have not laid off anyone, which was an explicit goal of the mayor's proposed budget.
Okay. Well, let me say this. I had an explicit goal for 2020 for my business, but unfortunately, that goal changed drastically because of the amount of disruption that's taken place. It is not necessarily my fault, not necessarily anybody's fault, but it's just what it is. And so, therefore, that's why I think I'm going to support this. And while it may not be popular, I got to tell you, there's been a lot of things that's been done by our government that haven't been popular. And so, therefore, while I also appreciate that government can't fail, we also can't make people fail. So I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Chair, I'm sorry. May I correct one thing about my statement? We had two departments in the mayor's proposed budget that we did have staff impacts for. I apologize. I misrepresented. We merged the NCAC staff out of the mayor's office into Metro Action Commission, and we anticipate some staff impacts there as we rationalize kind of the dual workforce development efforts that we have in our we had across those two organizations. I also wanted to highlight, but I know it's under discussion, the Community Education Commission also had been proposed originally to be cut as a department, although we've had several departments raise their hands to incorporate that impacted staff. I just wanted to make sure to go on the record to correct that. I'm sorry.
No worries. Thank you.
So I just want to clarify that there's been changes inside of the budget that moves people around. I just want to clear in. So there's been no one furloughed and no one laid off in our current staff with the pandemic that's occurred and the various closings of businesses in Nashville.
The budget's still under contemplation, and so no, we have not formally completed that.
All right. Then I renew. I'll be supporting this. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. Nobody else in the queue. We're on number 14 to reduce general government departments by 1%, excluding police, fire, and sheriff, for a total savings of $4.45 million. If you're in favor of this, raise your WebEx hand. Looks like 3 in favor. Take your hands down. If you're opposed, raise your hand. Seven. And abstentions? If y'all can take your hands down. Looks like no abstentions. It was 3 in favor, 7 against. We do not recommend number 14. Mr. Druffel, on 15, 16, and 17, I think they're not numerical changes. They're language you'd like to insert into the first couple pages. Can you just describe the 3 of them together? Maybe we can find some efficiency by talking about all 3 of them.
Thanks, Chair. The overview of 15, 16, and 17 is just a slightly different, but 15 and 16 it's really to sort of insert some transparency and accountability within Metro Council. If you ask a lot of constituents, do you know that we have all this debt? And I would wager to say that most have not. We've never really had a good conversation to elevate that level of experience or concerns. And so my thought process on 15 and 16 is creating a higher level of accountability and transparency through the Metro Council with the mayor's office to really create an awareness so that if we go further in debt or we have a chance to review the budget at a much higher level. When you go through the budget, you get a 15-minute review from the department heads. Tremendous respect for what they do, but we're only showing year-to-year increases. My experience in business when I used to manage all kinds of hotels is if you keep adding 3%, you really don't know what you get from what happened 15, 20 years ago because you just kept adding numbers to numbers. So number one is let me change the language change on 15 to really use the Metro Budget Committee to provide more oversight. And it requires the Budget and Finance Committee to form a subcommittee dedicated to reviewing reports of the Mayor's Office of Performance Management and recommending enhancements to operations that maximize performance and corresponding economic efficiencies of the Metro government. That's the new language. And I think as I've had a chance just to look at our operations as Metro, where we're primary goal is oversight and legislation, I think we have a better opportunity to do that in more detail. Understanding there's a Blue Ribbon Commission, but I believe there's more teeth to having a subcommittee within Metro Finance and Budget to have a little bit deeper dive and more oversight. So that's 15. 16 is if did you want to go ahead for me to take 16 also? Or is there questions?
Let's stop on 15 because I think your understanding of what 15 is different than what's in the package. So I'm going to let Mr. Cooper talk to you about that.
Correct. We did some technical language change.
Yes, Councilman, the language change that you made over the weekend is really to deal with internal council-related procedures and committees. And the budget is just a one-year document, and it funds the operation of the government. By rule, the vice mayor and the committee chairs can create subcommittees, and so I felt like it was just more of a request to the chair and the vice mayor to do that. So I didn't actually incorporate that language into the budget amendment. If you really want that language, I mean, there's nothing legally that prevents it. It just seemed like it was better suited as coming from the vice mayor and the chair of the committee.
Thanks. I think the design and the intent here is to create a stronger Metro Council that can work on an ongoing basis with the mayor's office to discover this information much earlier than when we get into a budget review, so that we have a strong level of confidence that we can go out to our constituents and say, you know, we really did this, and we can connect the services to what we're doing. Right now, it's like a black box.
Councilman Dreffel, I'm sorry to interrupt, but my threshold problem is that's not what Amendment 15 says in the package. Amendment 15 in the package doesn't talk about any of the things you're talking about. And so I'm a little, I don't know if you have that in front of you. It's page 27 of the package.
Yeah, the language changed as we went. The original design was to use the Blue Ribbon Commission and ask them to do a zero-based budget so that they would go in and really rebuild budgets from the grounds up, again, to get a better sense of accountability and attachment of services to cost. Recognizing that there might be more opportunity within the Metro Council, the language was redesigned recently. So I'd be glad to sort of talk about that, but I think the better effort is possibly through the Metro Council.
Well, so do you want to pursue this Amendment 15 that's in the package?
Let me, and it sounds like the basis of what I'm trying to get to could be done without an amendment within the budget, if I understand this correctly. So let me not move that, but understand the intent of where I want to go.
All right, so we're going to skip 15 then. Is that right?
That's correct, Chair.
All right. Why don't you talk about 16 then, which is about creating hard limits on debt policy?
Yeah, the design here is to, yeah.
Mr. Cooper has a comment.
So there are 16 and 17 have revisions that were made over the weekend, and those were actually, it was made this morning, and those were sent out by Danielle this afternoon. So those did not, the versions you have in your packet from Friday have been altered some, and Councilman Druffel can explain that.
So as you go through the process, if you understand my intent here, you'll understand sort of where we're going, because again, this goes back to debt. We keep growing debt year over year, but there's no seemingly review or understanding of where we're going with it. So my original design on 16 was to create a limit. I didn't think I was in the best position to create that limit, to be honest with you. It's simply to get everybody's attention and say, we need a policy here, that a debt policy that sets limits, and we need to really review it and make sure that we have really intentional design to go beyond those debt limits. And so the original was my first preview of saying, hey, let's stop and let's don't go any further above 15%, but revised to the following language so everybody understands. And here's the following language. It has a similar intent, but it creates a more coordinated design with the mayor's finance and ourselves. And the wording is this: the Director of Finance shall recommend to the Metropolitan Council not later than January 1st, 2021, revisions of the Metro government debt policy to set limits regarding the general amounts, terms, and conditions of each major category of debt for the general fund of the General Services District, general fund of the Urban Services District, and school general fund. Exceptions to the debt limitation should only be approved by resolution of the Metro Council. Now, I recognize this might be not part of the budget per se, but I feel like we should attach some design or some intent that says we're not going to go beyond a certain debt, and that we have a clear understanding. If we're going to approve this budget in any terms, we must control our spending. And that's the intent, and that's the second degree of language, or the second part of the language. But it again, all goes to the intent of we need to make some connection to what we're spending and stop it at some point, unless the Metro Council can say there's a value to going forward. And that's what I'm trying to do.
All right, because this one directly puts an obligation on the Director of Finance, I'm going to give him to talk in a second. I do want to make a request before I do that, Councilman. Because the budget is amendable on third reading, this language is coming before the council at the very last minute, and materially would change the debt policy for the city. And my suggestion is that there's a deeply complex conversation about whether a city should have a rock solid, hard debt limit, or whether that's damaging to bond rating, damaging to the ability to get credit. And I think it's a longer conversation, one that is clearly worth having. But my request before I hand it over to Director Crumbo is, if you want to have that conversation with a separate piece of legislation that can have 3 full readings on its own, I think that would be a worthwhile conversation, more than we can have today. Of course, if you want to move forward with the amendment, that's fine. But that's my request. And so your call, whether you want to go forward or whether you want to think about this in terms of separate legislation afterwards.
I don't disagree with setting a hard limit. I didn't feel like I was in the best position to do that, and that's why we created further information. If I could hear from Director of Finance Crumbo to get his comments, and we'll move forward from there.
Sure thing.
Yeah, and I'll try and be brief. I know the chair really is anxious to move along the rest of the agenda. So, listen, I welcome the dialogue here with the council. I've heard the word transparency used again. I want to point out that if you go out to the finance website, the Metro website, it is loaded with information about debt, cash, and so many other things that are talked about here. So I feel like there's remarkable transparency there for those who want to take the time to read it. With respect to our policies, whether they're cash policies or debt policies in this instance, and Councilman Druffel and I also discussed yesterday doing an internal study of where we stand on our taxes, fees, and so forth relative to surrounding counties and perhaps some others throughout the region. And I'm delighted to take those things on and even do them in the periods of time there that the councilman has in his revised amendment. So welcome those things to happen, and whether they happen as part of this budget process or as the chair is now suggesting, perhaps as a separate process, I'm delighted to work with you either way.
Well, can you comment specifically on the idea of setting a solid debt limit? That
Sure.
seems like a big deal.
Yeah, so Councilman Druffel removed that from his original proposal, really after we discussed really the things that you brought up, that there may be some help or not in setting actual limits there. But I think what he'd really like to see is us, harnessing in some way what our debt is, coming back to the council for approval. And a lot of that happens already, but I'm delighted to go look at the policies we have, and if they need to be updated and changed in some way, then certainly we can bring it before the council and do it at that time. But that's really all I've got to say about that right now.
I read this as setting a hard limit of 15%.
I think he revised that in his documents later.
Mr. Cooper, I'm reading and say the targets of the revised debt policy should be no more than 15%.
So the revised version that came out email this afternoon made changes to that language, and so it just would require a revision to the debt policy to set limits regarding the amounts, terms, and conditions of each major category of debt. So it doesn't put a fixed limit, but it does say set limits.
Chair?
Yes, sir.
Let me take this off of the budget. I saw this as an important part of creating, again, transparency and accountability as we move forward, but we have too many other budget discussions, and I think I will present this separately at a different time, if that's okay.
Thank you, sir. And then let's talk about
17. Yeah, again, the language changed, but in essence, we have a tax license and permit fees, and I don't think we've kept updated with all those. And so my request here is the required Department of Finance to perform an internal analysis of the tax license and permit fees that compares Metro general position to the counties surrounding Davidson County. The purpose of the analysis, I'm just reading it, of the analysis to assist the Metro Council in determining adjustment to existing revenue. The report would be delivered to the Metro Council at the same date of the finance report on actual revenues for fiscal 20, which is anticipated on or about August 21st, 2020, which my goal was to impact potential property tax increases. If we could identify some of these tax license and fees that could make us more competitive, could we come up with an amount that could help reduce the property taxes? That's my intent and goal, is to, again, find any source or every opportunity. Technically, these are supposed to be reviewed every 3 years, if I understand the code correctly. I think we might be behind a little bit on this. It's to catch us up and do it internally so that we can catch up as quickly as possible and still have an impact on our property taxes.
Thank you. And finance is okay with this one?
Yeah, so I want to point out this is an internal analysis of ours that we'll prepare for this purpose. And I'm delighted to work on this, the debt policies and all, whether it's now or in the future. But here I very much respect the intention of this. I'm delighted to pull together some data that will compare us to the surrounding counties and throughout the region and help the council make some good decisions. It's different, though, than a study that may need to be performed under the charter for actually bringing about some legislation. So here I'm going to bring you the data, let you make some decisions before we spend money for an actual study to go do something else. That'll take on a different process some point later in the year.
And Mr. Cooper, does the current language accomplish what was just described? All right, he says yes. Councilmember Suara?
I know we have a lot to cover. I'm going to make it brief, but I just want to commend Councilman Droffel, because part of the challenges with this budget was that there were data that we don't have, information we don't have. So I strongly support the idea of an analysis, whether it's the blue ribbon or however it's talking about it, the policy. I'm so much in support of it, and I think it's a conversation that I look forward to us having after the budget season is over. But we need to start doing that, and I applaud that.
All right. Thank you. Nobody else is in the queue. We're voting on number 17 by Councilmember Droffel. I don't have exactly the current language, but basically do a review of fees for surrounding counties and getting that to us by the beginning of August. So all in favor of that, raise your WebEx hand. Mr. Cooper, what'd you get? 6 in favor. Take those hands down. All opposed, raise your hand. Looks like 2. Any abstaining? 1. I think it's just 1. So 6 in favor, 2 against, 1 abstaining. All right, then we're going to get through 18, the last of Mr. Droffel's, and we're going to take a 5-minute break. Councilman Droffel, you want to talk about number 18?
No, I'm not going to move it, Chair, in lieu of some others. Thank you.
All right, then it is 7:22. We're just about halfway, and we're going to take a 5-minute break to 7:27, and thank you. Six, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we're back for the Budget and Finance Committee meeting. We left off on amendment number 19. That's from Councilmember Hurt. My write-up says requires the Department of Finance to re-engage with NG Development to finalize the sale of Metro's district energy system in furtherance of Metro's intention to award justification notice issued to NG Development on March 22, 2019. Councilmember Hurt, do you want to describe that for us?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. But first, I'd like to say that, like several of my colleagues, I do not like the 32% increase. I think it should not be on the backs of the people. This is a mess that we made, and we need to suffer the consequences and do whatever is necessary to make it happen. I took it to heart when the mayor said that we need to turn over every stone that we can trying to find revenue. And NG was one of those opportunities to me. First of all, the mayor's capital improvement funding, the $8 million that the mayor included in that budget to make enhancements to DES is yet another cost to the taxpayers. It's not enough to renew and modernize the system. NG has estimated that it will cost $50 million in order to optimize and grow that network. The second thing is that they're going to continue to subsidize in operating losses, moving that subsidy, which amounts to about $2.6 million each year on an average for the past 5 years. It goes to the water department, but it doesn't eliminate the subsidy that taxpayers are making on behalf of many of the private businesses. And thus, we just had an increase in the water bills. Third, our bond debt. The bond debt requirement is still there if the sale doesn't go through NG, and the city would lose out on the opportunity to earn $90,000 per month of interest on the equity of the asset. Number 4, the lost opportunity on the property taxes. The city loses out again on gaining new property taxes. Under the current property rate, the city has the potential to collect $16.5 million by taxing the DES property for the next 30 years. Finally, operating a DES system is not Metro's core business. The city has an opportunity to stop taking this money from the taxpayers and bleeding them dry. Angie can bring the operational best practices and experience needed to modernize our system and help make Nashville an attractive place for investors and for future companies. Therefore, I am asking that we go back and truly look at the possibility of allowing Angie to take over our DES. It saves us money and it also gives us money.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mr. Jameson, can you tell us if the administration has a position on this?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The administration has met and spoken with Council Lady Hurt and certainly values her suggestions, and I believe the administration has certainly not ruled out exploring the potential sale of DES at some point in the future. The problem is one immediately of timing. Constellation has submitted a challenge to the procurement process, and under the due process provisions, they're entitled to do that. The hearing on that is not even been scheduled. Should that hearing proceed in the next couple of months and not be to Constellation's favor, they would be entitled to a chancery court challenge. And it just looks almost certain that this will be tied up in litigation for a year or more. It is not something we could proceed with the sale now without a significant risk of litigation and consider that part of the 2021 operating agreement, operating budget. Angie has also made clear throughout the process that they want to be deemed not a public utility, a non-regulated public utility. And that has a few concerns for us, but chief among them is that the Attorney General has submitted an opinion to the Public Utilities Commission that they believe it would have to be if they were to operate DES. So we have a conflict in how NG has indicated it wants to operate and what we believe the Public Utility Commission would allow for the AG's opinion. If they were allowed to operate not as a publicly regulated utility, we would lose the public oversight over the rate set, and we are the largest customer of DES by 40%. That's placing ourselves at a somewhat significant risk, handing the keys over to an entity that would not be subject to public oversight. The current contract with Constellation does place upon them the obligation for infrastructure upgrades, and they are looking at several large pieces of equipment reaching near the end of life. Massive turbine systems, for example, estimated at about $28.3 million that would be upon Constellation to replace and upgrade on the expiration of their usefulness. If Constellation is out of the contract, if we've sold it to NG, then we lose all of that value that we've been paying incrementally over the years. We continue to add customers, if you will, to the DES system, which makes it more valuable and more viable. And so there may be, to Council Lady Hurt's point, an excellent point in time in which it makes sense to engage in a sale, but we simply cannot proceed between now and June 30th with the sale, given the state of challenges and litigation and the current disadvantages that it poses for us financially.
Thank you. Councilmember Roden, your hand is up.
Sorry, Chair, that was an accident. My apologies.
No problem. All right, I see no other hands up for discussion from committee members or otherwise. So we're going to put number 19 from Councilmember Hurt about pushing forward with the DES sale to a vote. Committee members in favor of Amendment 19, raise your hand. Looks like 3. All right, put your hands down. Opposed, raise your hand.
Chair, could I get a list of those who voted for and against, please?
If I start over again, you can.
I just can't see it.
The three in favor were Berkeley Allen, Colby Sledge, and Tanika Vercher. And we're on those opposed right now. And that looks like it's 4 votes that are council members Syracuse, Roten, Toombs, Druffel. And next, if you all can take your hands down, we'll do abstentions. Anybody abstaining on this one? Councilmember Porterfield is abstaining. So the committee does not recommend approval. The vote was 3 in favor, 4 against, 1 abstention. Thank you, council members. All right, moving on to number 20. Thank you. Number 20 is Councilmember Van Rees, decreasing a contingency fund by $50,000 and reallocating the funds to the Metro Council for Travel to Sister Cities, National League of Cities, LGBTQ Victory Institute, and Chamber of Commerce conferences, and for continuing education, including unconscious bias training. Councilmember Van Rees, would you like to address this one?
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm going to withdraw this amendment. It wasn't written quite the way I intended. The intent was to work on some unconscious bias training with the Metro Council and staff, and then any leftover funds to go into our continued education bucket that includes some of our travel. But we can do that later. I don't want to muddy the situation that we're in. I appreciate the opportunity to think it through, and my colleagues will hear me talk about this again in another matter at another time. And so with that, I'd like to just withdraw this completely from the packet. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. All right, moving on to number 21, Councilmember Vercher decreases nonprofit grants by $900,000, decreases the grad program by $500,000, and decreases the rainy day fund by $1.2 million, reallocates the funds to the police department for training. And I think it's fair to mention that this accomplishes the same goal as Amendment D, a little bit different way, but Amendment D is on page 46 of the package, also appropriates, reallocates approximately $2.6 million to the police department. So let's start by hearing from Councilmember Vercher.
Councilman, I'm sorry, Chair, I won't be offering this amendment. I'll be supporting the other.
All right, thanks. Then we'll just get to the other one when we get to it in order. So I appreciate that, Councilmember. All right, moving on to 22 and 23 go together. They're from Councilmember Henderson. One addresses the chair's substitute. That's number 22, and one of them addresses the mayor's substitute. That's the mayor's budget. That's number 23. I'm going to let Councilmember Henderson talk to us about these, and then we'll have discussion. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. These both approaches encompass the complete reduction of the economic incentives that the committee kindly recommended approval on, amendment number 24. So amendment 24 is effectively contained within both 22 and 23. And so, strategically, what I was looking to do is I have been contacted by so many of my fixed income seniors who have been in their homes for many, many decades and now find themselves with land underneath their house, valued at valuations, pushing up on $1 million. So they are just, sitting on land that is really lot value. They are on fixed incomes, former teachers. I get calls from these folks, daily. And so I just felt it was incumbent upon me to kind of go into the budget with the scalpel as best I could, focus on the mayor's budget and the chair's at the same time so that there was a certain balance and parity to that. Looking at areas like the rainy day fund, which the chair and Mr. Crumbo have responded to us that was a kind of a bonus amount. Looking at Barnes, which I know we all care about greatly, but I feel that we've had some good dialogue there, some frustration I understand, but that 5 million impoundment, kind of having that come back and be restored, and then just cut a little bit more. Summer Youth Employment Opportunity Now, excellent program, but in the context of this COVID moment, as the parent of a teenager, kind of the ability to have a worthwhile internship opportunity, in our local corporate partners that often work with us on those, they're not even, conducting business on site. So it just, all these programs, I feel like programmatic cuts, programmatic uses are a little more nimble. They're all good programs, and we're not, cutting them entirely, but in this kind of crisis moment, we keep them, sustained and still operational and still functional. And I think you see across several budget suggestions, whether it's Council Lady Johnston's, Mr. O'Connell's, similar cuts, whether Arts Commission or Youth Employment and so forth. Additionally, just kind of by way of message and statement for, tone at the top, I have not cut any departmental staffing other than our mayor's office. They have 3 unfilled FTEs, and so I'm suggesting pulling back 2 there. I did that initially in the spirit of supporting the diversity officer positions. And kind of looking at what the mayor's office looks like vis-a-vis the minority caucus's goals with those positions, which I do support. And then lastly, as in both these budgets, there's been a fair amount of discussion around, and I know in our fast budget and finance work session, and then in our last council meeting regarding the wheel tax. My package does include that, but to a very modest degree. Really prudently just saying for a personal vehicle, an increase in $12 and $6 on commercial. And so as I shared at last meeting, not knowing if everyone was present or heard that, this wheel tax or vehicle licensing was last adjusted in 2005. It was legislation before the body that traveled with the budget in June of 2005. It's 2020, and I just think it's incumbent upon us to look at all sources and spread that kind of across all our options that we're empowered to use from a taxation standpoint. But again, I'm making a very modest change there. just by way of fairness and impact. And so each of my packages have these programmatic cuts, the incentives. On incentives, again, I will say to you all, I mean, you know, that Dell incentive is 40 years long, colleagues. Started in 1999. We've already given Dell $13.7 million of taxpayer money. So I appreciate your support of Amendment 24. Those are included here. I mentioned the wheel tax, but again, for the substituted budget, it is a savings of $23 million, lowering the tax levy by 7 cents. So getting it under $1. Likewise, for the mayor's vote, or rather mayor's proposed budget, a reduction of $16 million, getting the tax levy down 5 cents. I really was trying, colleagues, in this crisis moment when our citizens are struggling. I felt, and I said this to the mayor's office, coming in with that proposed dollar, what I heard from my constituents is that seemed very arbitrary. I'm not asserting that it was, but that was the perception in the community. And I really felt it was incumbent upon us to try to work our way back down off that dollar. And I've done that with these two comprehensive proposals. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
Thanks. Two things I want to cover and then open it for questions. Thing one, I want to make sure that nobody misunderstands that I've not taken the position that the rainy day fund is bonus money, quote unquote. The rainy day fund, if we choose to spend the rainy day fund, that's a choice to go exactly 1 penny higher than what it'll take for the comptroller to take over the city's finances. I think we've already got it remarkably slim. And so, as I've said before, I continue to be opposed to spending more of the rainy day funds. And on wheel tax, when we left off last Tuesday, there was some back and forth in the chamber about wheel tax. And I want to give Mr. Cooper a chance to update us about what the final position is from his perspective on wheel tax.
Councilmember Henderson alluded to some of the history. It's important to give a little bit of context. So this fee was originally enacted in 1970. It was increased in 1991 and again in 2005. So originally imposed in 1970. The state wheel tax enabling legislation came along in 1976. So our motor vehicle regulatory license fee predated the wheel tax. The code, starting in 1970 and continuing forward, specifies what the use of those funds are for. And I'll quote it. Let me pull it up here. To be used to pay the cost of administration and enforcement of the provisions of this article and for the promotion of traffic safety on the streets, roads, alleys, and thoroughfares of the metro government. So basically, when you're looking from a legal standpoint at the difference between a fee and a tax, you look at, one, the purpose of it, and two, how the funds are used. So you can call something a fee and it really be a tax. You can also call something a tax and it really be a fee. It depends on how the funds are used. With this fee, we've kind of treated it both ways. We've called it a fee for purposes of amending it over the years. It's also been considered a tax from purposes of all the money comes in and goes into the general fund. So while I think the council can increase the fee by ordinance, it would have to be tied to some kind of fee study showing that the increased amount is necessary to cover our costs for those enumerated items in the code. The safest approach is to have it approved on 2 readings with 2/3 vote at 2 regular meetings, as the state law provides. Otherwise, you run the risk of the comptroller, I'm afraid, coming in and saying your budget is not structurally balanced because you're relying on a revenue source that, in my opinion, or in the comptroller's opinion, might be a tax and not a fee.
So if somebody wants to support one of the options that's got wheel tax in it, and you're saying the requirement for 2/3 vote twice, how do we do that?
So if you wanted to do that before the tax levy or the tax bills go out, you'd have to have 2 separate readings of a new bill that does whatever increase the council wants at 2 regular meetings. So that could be done in July and August, and then have it approved before and then we'd have to approve a new property tax levy at the end of August.
And folks, because wheel tax implicates several people's ideas, I want to get all the wheel tax questions out right now before we go further, so we get it squared away one time. And so, Councilmember Henderson, I see your hand up.
Yes, sir. I guess, Mr. Cooper, I appreciate the abundance of caution, but what I am looking at is, how it was most recently addressed in 2005. And so, again, I have a substitute for Councilman Glover's legislation. Again, that was just kind of for expediency standpoint. I thought that could be amended to make it more modest and in line with my package. I am not averse to filing this as a separate legislation. I would say, the abundance of caution as to, but I mean, has anyone asked for a specific legal interpretation? Because the way I look at this is, in our operational budget, our Public Works Department maintains our roadways for traffic safety, and that is funded out of the general service bucket. And, in that spirit, to not have adjusted this, or only to have adjusted this 3 times since the 1970s, when the impact to our roads is going up and up. So, this has been before us for a couple of weeks now. I have been asking our financial officers in our office. My questions go back to January, February, then May again. I've CC'd you on those. I mean, if in this moment, I appreciate the caution, but I just don't know why we haven't sought an actual opinion on to the best path forward for this, because what I feel like at this juncture, with the best information I had in the research, I put together a prudent, modest package to reduce the tax levy under $1 and get this kind of right sized or adjusted again. And so, to be finding out at the 11 point, nth hour, that, as was suggested to me, to amend Councilman Glover's bill, that doesn't work. I guess I'm just registering my concern on that. And, again, I appreciate your interpretation, but that seems to have changed.
Henderson, I should have mentioned that after the meeting last Tuesday, I approached Mr. Cooper and Legal Director Cooper about getting one definitive, agreed upon, legally analyzed answer between Mr. Cooper and the legal department. And I believe the answer he gave is the agreed upon joint answer from legal and Mr. Cooper after they conducted research over the last week.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I would have appreciated been included in that conversation or been made aware of it, because, to find it out now in this meeting is not particularly helpful to my, good faith strategy here. But so, Mr. Cooper, then what I hear from you is, as it relates particularly to these amendments, while my previous strategy was to amend Councilman Glover's legislation, the fact that you are suggesting just foregoing that bill and reapproaching this in July or August, the time window to do that, does that preclude my ability to advocate for this amendment?
So I think the council will just need to make a decision whether to treat this as a fee or as a tax. And you're right. I said I think the cautious approach is to treat it as a tax because historically we've just put the money in the general fund, and it's under our tax section in the code, the Metro Code. So if the council wants to treat it as a tax, then I don't think you could rely on it in your amendment, but the tax levy could be adjusted before tax bills go out to lower it in the amount of whatever revenue the wheel tax increase would generate for the rest of the fiscal year. So that's one approach. The other approach is to have it continue to be considered as a fee, but we would need some kind of a cost justification showing that the increase is either equal to or less than our cost of providing the regulatory services.
Okay, well, I think for the latter, we could definitely make that case. Again, this is a modest change, $6.5 million. Haven't changed it in 15 years, have changed it 3 times since 1970. I think we all know our Public Works Department and our roadways have had those impacts. So I guess, colleagues, given that both these doors are still somewhat open, I would ask you to kind of keep this conversation open, and I will try between now and tomorrow to get more clarity on this with Mr. Cooper. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to keep going. Anybody who's got wheel tax questions, I'm going to go in order of hands up, and if you want to talk about the underlying amendment that we're on, I'll ask you to wait on that. Next person I've got that I saw is Councilman Glover.
Yes, Chair. Just very quickly, I heard you say, and correct me if I'm wrong, you wanted us to take all the wheel tax questions right now versus later when we have other bills come up. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Just because there's 3 or 4 people that have got wheel tax ideas, and rather than talking about it 3 or 4 times, if people want to have questions about how either legal or Council Director Cooper are thinking about wheel tax, we've started the conversation. We might as well finish it.
I'm going to make this very simple as far as our time for this evening and for tomorrow night. Given the sales tax revenues and numbers I looked at today, and as I continue to study, I realize that we're going to end up probably defeating my substitute and other ones that are going to be there. And wheel tax was in mine as well. That would probably be beaten. What I will end up doing more likely is I don't like if additional revenues are coming in for us. Say, well, if we get more money, we may cut the property tax a little bit, and then we may end up spending $25 million more down the road. I fully plan, and if the right way to do this is to look at things in July and August, then I'm all for that. So that's fine. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else with a wheel tax question, the mechanics of it? Seeing nobody else, then let's see if there's questions about Amendment 22 from Councilmember Henderson. I'd seen a couple hands up earlier. Councilmember Suara.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm not going to make it long, and I don't want to keep repeating myself. But I do want to say that the fact that this amendment also is using money from education for people that needs it is one of the reasons why it will not work for me. I had a young man from TSU that contacted me that needed $250 to buy textbooks. He's the first person to go to college in his family, and he's trying to make things work. That's the kind of thing that the Nashville grad money is supposed to do. And it may be not a lot of money to a lot of us or to some of us, but it is to some families. And so appeasing the older generation, cutting taxes for older people when we're actually taking it from the younger generation, I don't think is the best way to go. On the wheel tax, is just a thought. Depending on the amount, I think at the end of the day, it might also not work well for low-income people. Typically, your property tax is on one house, but your wheel tax is most houses or most family, you have more than one car. Some have 2, 3 cars. So depending on the amount, the tax might actually work the other way around. So I look forward to looking at the numbers later, but at this point, I will be a no.
Thank you, Council Member. Anybody else with a comment or question on Amendment 22? Seeing none, we're going to look for committee members to vote on number 22, which is Councilmember Henderson's amendment of the chair's substitute. All in favor of that one, please raise your hand. Two. All right, lower your hands. Any opposed to number 22, raise your hands. Six. All right, lower your hands. Any abstentions? Two abstentions. All right, so the committee does not recommend approval. It was 2 in favor, 6 against, 2 abstentions. Moving on to number 23, which is Councilmember Henderson's amendment to the mayor's budget. Councilmember, I think you did a good job of capturing both at the same time. Do you have any additional comment on 23?
No, sir, I don't. But just by way of clarification, subsequent to Councilor Suarez's comments, again, the change per personal vehicle is $12 per my proposal. The two are largely the same. The difference just being a slight adjustment. And please know, while I did assert the concerns of my senior constituents, I absolutely have empathy for and understand and think the Nashville Grad and Opportunity Now are great programs. That's why I have not, cut them entirely. And I think those are important. And I concur with Councilor Suarez in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Vercher, is that left over from the vote or have a comment? Nope, hand down. All right, so looks like there are no hands up, so we're going to vote on number 23 from Councilmember Henderson to amend the mayor's budget. All in favor of recommending this one, raise your hand. Got 2. Lower them. Any opposed? Raise your hand. Seven opposed. All right, 7 opposed. And then any abstentions? Please raise your hand. 2 abstentions. So the committee does not recommend approval. That's 2 in favor, 7 against, 2 abstaining.
Chair Mendez, just point of order by way of clarification. So on this most recent, it was 2 in favor, 7 opposed, 2 abstaining. On the previous vote, it was 2 in favor, 6 opposed, 2 abstaining. So did we add a person voting, or did I get the initial vote on Bill or Amendment 22 incorrect?
You've got the vote right. My assumption is we're on
okay, understood.
Hour 5. I think we just have people stepping away for a second and not voting.
No worries. Just trying to clarify. Thank you, sir.
All right. We did 24 already. So on to 25. This is Councilmember O'Connell. Well, I'm going to let him describe it. There's details there. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think a few members have really sought to see if there is any space for reconciling the important investments that you and the Budget and Finance Committee have already made, after going through the hearing process and work sessions and coming up with some investments that I think make this overall a superior budget option. I think still there's, this amendment is offered with the idea that we still want to make a lot of those high quality investments, but generally try to be consistent in the council not approving a budget that requires a tax levy increase of greater than $1. So some of these things are going to be familiar to people who have already been involved in this committee discussion. This reduces the rainy day fund and public safety contingency It does not make full investments again in the Arts Commission, the Summer Youth Employment Program, Public Education Fund. It tries to reconcile the kind of combination of things that we've heard from the general public about the need to reduce the overall tax levy and the cry for rethinking public safety. In looking at the police department, I know we will probably get a different assertion by the chief and their administration, but my thinking here is that we have a training budget of $17 million in the department that amounts to about $8,000 per officer. We've seen a lot of data, and I'm thinking, partly that we want to reduce any potential for headcount reductions, but we've also seen for several fiscal years that we've had a certain number of budgeted positions that we have not been able to hit on the basis of recruitment and retention. There was a miscommunication with the council office. The intention here was, I know the chair's proposed substitute made a 7.5 or 7.6, I guess, based on how you round, investment in metro schools above maintenance of effort. This would seek to actually make, a $4 million and change investment there. This was not supposed to reduce the schools fund balance. This was a miscommunication with the council office. And then it restores the full targeted savings up to $4 million that the chair's $1 proposal offered. So again, I think in looking through where council members Johnson and Henderson have already been, it's really, really challenging to find principles that can be agreed upon by even 21 people, much less 40, but this is offered in an effort to have us pass a budget with lots of high quality investments, stabilizing Metro as an employer, not delivering significant cuts to services, but also having council not approve a budget that offers a tax levy higher than the mayor's.
Thank you. And one thing I want to mention before opening it for discussion, I meant to take this one right after number 5, which was Councilman Sledge's, because both use the public safety contingency for different purposes. And as we've discussed earlier this evening, you can vote in favor of both Councilman Sledge's and Councilman O'Connell's this evening for a recommendation, but tomorrow evening it would be a problem. The math wouldn't work on the budget if you voted for both Sledge and O'Connell's. So with that, I guess looking through the queue, not seeing anybody with questions. All right, we'll go ahead and take a vote. Committee members, if you would like to vote to recommend approval of amendment number 25 from Councilman O'Connell, raise your hand. I see 2 hands. All right, 2 in favor. Any opposed? Raise your hand. We're talking about being opposed to number 25. 1, 2. Is that 8? All right, so that's 2 in favor, 8 opposed. Let's see if there's any abstentions on this one. Seeing none, this is not recommended for approval. It was 2 votes in favor, 8 against. Move on to number 26. This is Council Member Welsh, decreasing about $111 million of police and sheriff funding and reallocating that to a variety of items. Councilmember Welsh, are you on this call?
I am, Chair. Thank you very much.
Go ahead, please talk to us about this.
Yes. The purpose of my amendment was to perhaps get the council and the people of Nashville maybe to think about our approach to our city and to public safety. We as a country, as a society, have been taught that policing equates with safety, and that is not necessarily true. As a country, we spend over $100 billion on policing, and if policing made us safe, the United States would be the safest country in the world. I think we need to, as we move forward, change our ideas about safety. As you can see from my amendment, that is a massive amount of money directed towards public safety that is pulled away from all the other things that actually make a city safe and healthy and vibrant. I've been told that this amendment is somewhat radical, and I put that in quotes, but we don't seem to think that it's radical that year after year we have budgets and amendments that fund public safety to the exclusion of every other department in Metro and every other department and service that contributes to our shared well-being. I believe as a council, as we move forward, we need to change our budgeting priorities and start funding those things that we value and fund those things that truly make us safe, giving people, our citizens, the opportunity to have the tools that they need in their life to create happy, healthy lives, because ultimately that, I believe, is what makes us safe. This amendment does not mean that I do not appreciate the work of public safety and our public safety departments here in Metro. Nothing could be further from the truth. But I believe that we need to expand our idea of what constitutes safety and fund those equally, because it all works together to create a just, equitable, and safe society. So that is the purpose of my amendment, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak here today.
Thank you very much. First, Councilman Glover.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would request that we have a roll call on this, and if you would please name the yeas and the nays, and I would also like you to vote on this, if you would please. Thank you.
What was the last part? I heard you say the roll call. What was the other part you said?
I would like for you to vote on this one, please, sir. Thank you.
Councilmember Suara.
Thank you, Chair. I would not be voting in support, but I wanted to commend Councilmember Welch for bringing it. I think what this is supposed to do is to get us to start talking about how do we invest in preventive measures? How do we make sure that we're funding our schools? We're making sure that we're giving people the opportunity to make it. It also supposed to get us to be talking about where it is in our policing, how it works, and how the African-American community really feels. And so I commend the opportunity for us to have the conversation, but I stand by the fact that I don't think that sweeping or arbitrary cuts is always a good idea, because sometimes when you just pick numbers randomly, you don't know what effect it's going to have, and I stay constant on that and think that in the future, whatever we want to propose to any department should be based on study, on numbers, on impact. What does it mean? That's how I think the conversation should move forward. And so while I appreciate the intent, and I hope that it does get us to start thinking and talking about how we police, because we do need to change how things are being done. But I do not support this amendment as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Thought I saw Councilmember Benedict. Oh, there you go, Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Chair. So Councilmember Suara just said a lot of what I wanted to say, so I put my hand down. But I do want to speak out and just say that this is something that I really expect myself, and I hope that my colleagues will be looking at this and rethinking how we do things. We have a police department that is militarized, and it's not just Nashville. It's not a problem that's unique to us. But we don't necessarily need large armored vehicles when we have the National Guard right here down the street on Armory Drive that could be on call and respond to something almost as quickly, or if not as quickly, as what our police department can do. So we have resources that the taxpayers are paying for that are unnecessary. And so I think if we could use those tax dollars and put it towards social services, or even in this particular case, have less of an increase in our tax levy, that's something that's helping our community and our taxpayers more than where we're putting those dollars today. Again, I do think that Councilwoman Suara nailed it when she said this is to help us begin that dialogue of how can we improve the quality of life for Nashvillians, make sure that when I get pulled over for a speeding ticket, the officer doesn't need a firearm. And that is true by and large. 95% of the time or more, our officers don't use their firearm, yet every one of them is armed with it. So I think it's important that we again begin that conversation. If we're able to accomplish any of these items, I hope that we're doing it, are able to do it through some of the other amendments. I am going to vote in support of this because I think it is an admirable measure that we should strive to achieve. And with that, I'll yield my time. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. Seeing nobody else in the queue, we're going to be taking a vote on amendment number 26. Councilmember Welsh. All in favor, raise your hand. There's one committee member in favor, Councilmember Benedict, as she just told us. All right, please take your hand down. Any opposed, raise their hand. You have 8, Mr. Cooper. All right, so there's 8 opposed who have voted opposed. It's Councilmember Syracuse, Roten, Toombs, Druffel, Suara. People might have already taken their hands down. Councilman, nobody else voting against. Okay, Councilman Glover is voting against also. Is that everybody? So what was, what was that vote?
2-4. I mean 1-4, 8 against.
1-4, 8 against. Any abstentions? Porterfield is an abstention. Like the rest of the amendments, I'm not voting unless there's a tie this evening. Councilman Glover, if you'd like to know my position on this, I would refer you to the substitute I filed, which states where I think police funding should be this year. All right, so that one did not get a positive recommendation from the committee. We move on to number 27 we already dealt with. So that leaves, of the numbered ones, number 28 from Councilmember Hancock. And I know this one got changed today, so maybe I could have I don't know, Councilmember Hancock or Mr. Cooper, either way. Ms. Hancock, how would you like this to go?
I'm glad to explain it. I don't want to ask Mr. Cooper to do anything more than he's already been doing. I hope you had a happy anniversary, Mr. Cooper, and thank you so much for all your work you've done for all of this. This is incredible. I know it's a ton, and I hope by 6 a.m. Wednesday you'll be able to rest. I'll go ahead and explain this. You can kind of ignore the text that's in the original print, and if you saw the email that was sent out at 2:07 p.m. today with the 7 budget amendment revised, or a couple of new ones, I believe, that's where there are 4 amendments to do what I want to do. And I want to adjust the discrepancy between what we're asking 1/3 of our citizens to pay versus what we're asking the 2/3 of our citizens to pay. Councilmember Hall, Gamble, Swope, Young, Hancock, Hager, Evans, Bradford, Roten, Lee, Henderson, and Rosenberg all serve districts that are either all GSD or part GSD and part USD, as in my case. Councilman Glover and Suara both live in the GSD, and all 5 of the at-large council members serve all of the residents of Nashville. So I appeal to those of you that are in a only USD district to please listen and consider the fact that we're treating the GSD residents unfairly. I heard Council Lady Hurt mention a 32% tax increase, which she thinks is too high. How about 37.3? Because that's what we're asking of the GSD. I think that 36.3 on the Cooper budget and 37.3 on the Mendez. I really appreciate Chair Mendez and how he did a differentiation between USD and GSD. So instead of USD paying, let's see, 4.5% or 4.7% more in Cooper's budget, in Mendez, they would be paying 3.7%, 3.8% more. So it's a step, it's an effort, and that's fantastic. But we need to do more. We have systematically taken away from the GSD since we founded in 1962, 63. We started at $2 differential. Now we're at a 40-cent differential. And the crazy part about it is every time we raise taxes, we raise them inconsistently. We raise them like Mayor Cooper has proposed, flat on everyone, so that it's a larger burden on the GSD. But then when we lower them in a semi-equal percentage. And, usually, like our last lowering was in 2017, we lowered by 30% across the board. So why wouldn't we raise across the board? The time before that, 2013, we lowered by 3% across the board. But every time we raise, GSD gets the short end of the stick. However, the majority of the budget keeps getting funded into the GSD. So, and we're not serving the GSD with all of those things. For example, we just voted in a $6 million addition to the Public Works recycling and trash collection. I voted for it. I'm in favor of it. It doesn't affect me in the GSD, but I think it's a good thing. So why does the GSD need to pay for that? And I've worked with these departments and talked with each of them in these calls, trying to get them to give me a breakdown of expenses, actual expenses in GSD to USD areas, not how it looks in the budget. And they can't do it. But the truth is that the GSD is farther away from the fire halls and the police stations. Yet we have the majority of the budget of the police stations and the fire halls and the GSD. The truth is that we don't have, in addition to trash and recycling, we don't have street lights. We don't have a lot of sidewalks, and we don't have as easy access to public transportation. Yet we're still paying the cost, and we're paying more of our share than the rest of the city. And, my community, GSD community, is a very Black and brown community. My number of houses in my district is 4,924. The median price of house, assessed value of house in my district is 142,000. So that means there's 2,462 houses that cost less than 142,000 in my district. It's not a rich area, yet we're asking them to pay for more and more for services that they do not receive. So my amendment makes it kind of clear and kind of simple, and it adjusts the rate so that everyone gets a 35.5% increase. Yes, that's a few cents more from Monday's budget and a few cents less from the GSD on Monday's budget, and I do it as well on Cooper, but the percentage isn't quite as equitable for the GSD on Cooper's budget. So it would take the 106 to 112.67. It would take the 103 on GSD to 98, and that would be an exact 35.5% for both, which would be fair. I had to move some money around to do that, so I cut $6 million of public works from GSD and $10 million of fire department from GSD. I added $6 million of public works to USD and $10 million of fire department to USD. So those departments themselves would not be affected. They would actually just be spending more money appropriately. They would stop pretending that they're serving everyone with these services and realize that a lot of this is being spent in the USD. And I think moving forward, we need to look at our budget closer. We need to ask our departments to budget, knowing a little bit of who they serve. And, the schools, for example, they have all the addresses, so they could throw that into a spreadsheet and find out what proportionally they're serving GSD or USD population. The libraries could do that as well. There's a lot of ways we can work the budget, but right now we're not being fair, and we're asking poor rural communities to pay more this time than we're asking anyone else to do. So I'm asking you to vote in favor of this amendment to make the increase fair for the first time since I guess 1980, when we had more GSD members on at-large than we have since. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Council Member Glover.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate what she's saying, and she's correct. I do live in the GSD. However, it still increases, and so therefore, this only strengthens the discussion for why we're not quite ready to do this right now. However, I know people may have already made their minds up, but I would like to tell the council lady that I appreciate her work on this, and I think she brings out an extremely valid point. And, you know, if we don't defer, then I certainly will look forward to us working together in July and August when new bills are brought forward, when we look at actual revenues and we see where things are, to where we can really lower this and get closer to what we should be doing. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councilmember Suara.
Thank you, Chair. A question for the sponsor. Is it, if I understand correctly, what we're trying to do, the tax rate remains the same, but the GSD will be paying 3 cents lesser, and we added the difference to the USD. Is that correct?
No, it kind of looks like that in the original document that you received on Friday night, but with the amendment that came out at 2:07 p.m., the same email that had one of your late filed amendments in there, it explains it more clearly and precisely that the revenue would be the same. We would be collecting the same amount of revenue from the county, the exact same amount as Chair Mendez or Mayor Cooper proposed. However, we would be adjusting the percentage rate that we're paying. So instead of a 37.3% gain in the GSD, we would have a 35.5% gain. Instead of the $1.03, we would have 98 cents. And for the USD, instead of a 33.5% gain, almost 4% less than the GSD, we would adjust that to 35.5 so that it would be fair. Now that rate does change from 106 to 112, but it would be fair and equitable across the county.
Okay. The other question that
Councilmember Suara, just that question helped me. I think get squared away. I think Councilmember Hancock. I'm looking to Mr. Cooper too. I think I understand that you're not pursuing Amendment 28, but you're pursuing some of the late filed instead. Is that right?
Yeah, my late file is a revised version of this. This is, by mentioning the GSD, it tells a little bit about what I want to do, but it doesn't tell the whole story, and I'm not making any of these cuts. I'm just moving $16 million of expenses that we are associating with the GSD to the USD in the budget, and therefore adjusting the tax rate accordingly.
Then if it's okay with you, is it okay if we then say you're withdrawing this one, and when we get to the late files in a little bit, we can take this back up again? Does that make sense?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Mr. Cooper, does that make sense? All right. Mr. Cooper says yes. All right. So 28, I'm understanding to be withdrawn. We'll take this up when we get to the late filed here in a few minutes. I'm sorry that I wasn't on top of that better. All right. So after the 28 numbered ones, there are 6 lettered amendments that start at page 43 in the package, the long 160-page package we got this afternoon. And so these 6, I think, are going to be relatively quick to get through. The first one, entitled Amendment A, it's on page 43 of the package, is a technical fix about how transit appropriations work. It doesn't change any substance. It doesn't change any overall dollar amounts. It splits some appropriation out between a couple of different line items in the budget. And this is one that the mayor's office and I would both like to have moved and approved no matter what budget gets approved. So I'm happy to take a motion or questions about that. Mr. Glover, I see your hand up. Councilman Glover? No hand. All right. It's been moved and seconded. I'm not seeing any questions. This is Amendment A, page 43 of the package. All in favor, I'm going to try to do this by voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, we recommend approval on A. Amendment B is, this one is another technical fix that applies only to the mayor's budget. If for whatever reason we end up not adopting the substitute and we're working on the mayor's budget, in that scenario, the mayor would like to have the one line item in his budget as proposed that said $900,000 to miscellaneous community agencies allocated as described on this amendment. And I'm not sure who will move it in that scenario, but this is one that I think, I know the mayor wants it, and if we end up on his, I think it makes sense to do this. So Councilmember Syracuse has moved it. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
There's a second. Any discussion? We're going to try voice vote on this one too. Seeing no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we recommend approval of this one.
Okay, that's good.
Amendment C, I'm going to let finance describe this. This came from them in the last couple of days. This is, well, I'll let either Mr. Jameson or Mr. Crumbo. This is the one about talking to MNPS monthly about financial stuff.
That's correct, Chair. I believe Council Lady Porterfield and Councilman Rosenberg, if either is on the line, is sponsoring. I will plow ahead unless they request otherwise. Finance Director in engaging the MNPS Finance Division, just for purposes of maintaining clarity and updates on where schools are financially, and for financial data that really he's been somewhat getting off and on, but just needs to be getting more consistently on a monthly basis to expense activity, revenue activity. That would be submitted on the no later than the 15th of the month, and also be copied to the budget chair, education chair, vice mayor, and members of the Metro Council. And just in terms of financial accountability, this will ensure effective communications between those two divisions.
All right, I've got somebody in the queue, but let's get a motion and a second on this one. Got a motion, is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank the Director of Finance for this. We do put similar language like this for Nashville General Hospital just to ensure that accountability. So I'm glad to see this. As it relates to this, do we have in place any provisions in the event we don't receive the reports?
I think short answer is no.
Okay. So we would basically hope, because they're in a different situation than Nashville General Hospital, but we would hope that they would comply with the request here. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thanks. Thank you. Any other questions or comments about this one? Seeing none, Amendment C, page 45 in the package about additional reporting from MNPS to finance with copies to the parties mentioned before. All in favor of that, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, we recommend approval. Amendment D, I'm going to turn to Mr. Jameson to figure out who is going to sponsor this one, or whether he's going to discuss it.
Happy either way. The sponsor would be Councilman Russ Pulley, who I believe is on the line with us. I'm happy.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Councilman Pulley, I'm happy to go forward or defer to you.
It doesn't make any difference. I'm happy to talk about it, or you can, either one. You want to just let me go on this one, and I'll defer to you on the next one. So you have the amendment in your packet. Everybody sees what it's what it deals with. So I'll go. Let me first talk about the source of the funds. So we're decreasing amounts from pay plans and aggregate amounts from slightly more than about $3.6 million. The substitute currently provides for step raises, but not open range. And of course, as it relates to that, the old argument was that open range was management and the steps were frontline employees. I think our HR director will tell you that that's not really true, with about 2/3 of our open range employees making less than $75,000. So undoubtedly, everybody in the room, myself included, wants everyone who works for us to not only get raises, but substantial raises. So what I would say to that is, considering what we've gone through in our economy with the shutdowns and how it's impacted our citizens, many small businesses are losing a significant amount of business, having to lay people off, and many of our constituents are losing their jobs and being laid off. There's been a lot of pressure on all of us, including the administration, to lay off our people. And, to their credit, the administration has taken a position to keep all of our people employed and paid during this shutdown period and moving forward, which is really kind of a big win for our employees, given what our economy is going through in this environment. So for that reason, I support the source of the funds. Let me tell you what it does. It increases allocation of the police department in the amount of $2,632,900, which basically restores to the level of the mayor's budget what the budget share substitute doesn't restore. And by the way, this is to amend the substitute, not the mayor's budget. And so in talking with the police department, the effect of that loss would impact the 48 new recruits that we're talking about currently in the previous amendment. And, I don't think any of us want to reduce, well, maybe some do, but the majority of Nashvilleians, I don't think, want to reduce the complement of our police department because, I'm sure as I get many calls, other council members get calls for increased enforcement, not decreased. We also had a police precinct in the southeast quadrant of the city discussed in prior budget meetings where the administration promised that precinct, and I'm sure they'll want that staffed properly as well. So for that reason, the amendment addresses money into the police department in an aggregate amount as allocated by the mayor's budget. The second thing, it increases the rainy day fund by $495,700, which brings it to a total of slightly less than $4 million. I think in addition to that, the cash and fund balance, it brings that up about $500,000 to a total slightly more than $7 million. And I think what you'll find is those amounts represent a compromise. It doesn't make everybody happy, but the concern on the part of many is that although we don't know, we have to anticipate the possibility of a second wave of this COVID pandemic. And this will help the administration be able to deal with that and put them in a much better posture moving forward if such a second wave does occur. So with that, I would ask that someone on the committee move the amendment.
Let's have somebody move it, then we can have discussion.
I'll move. Move.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. I think Councilman Glover was in line first.
All right, go ahead. Thank you. Chair, there was some of this stuff when Councilman Pulley was speaking that I couldn't hear. Can we go back to the portion of the open range that was breaking up, and I couldn't understand what was being said. So, if you wouldn't mind, Chair, can that be re-explained again, please?
Yeah, it's. I think I can say it in a couple sentences. My substitute for the Metro side of employees gave step increases and 1% cost of living, and this amendment takes the steps out of it and leaves the 1% cost of living. And what Council Member Pulley was talking about was that steps don't include open range. So he's right. My substitute included 1% COLA, steps, no open range. This amendment leaves the no open range alone, but also takes the steps out, leaving it the 1% COLA only.
Okay. And then my final question, is this only on your substitute, or is it on yours as well as the mayor's?
Just my substitute.
All right. Thank you, Chair.
Sure thing. Councilmember Suara.
Thank you, Chair. Like everyone, nobody wants the taxes to be raised. I join everyone that says everybody is hurting and the community is hurting and we don't want the taxes raised. That's the sentiments that we get from everyone. But there is a follow-up to that sentiment, that if people are going to pay additional taxes, they do not mind that money going to Metro employees and going to Metro schools. Yes, Metro is the third largest employer. And in any household, there is one or two people working for Metro. So I think that us putting our employees last all the time, we need to, especially when a lot of people have said, look, if we have to do it anyway, we'll bite the bullet, but make sure you put it in this position. So for that reason, I am not in favor of taking out the step. The other thing is that with regards to the police department, and I heard Councilmember O'Connor said that there is a 17 million available in training. I do not want to cut officers, but I do think that we can look at the training fund. And we had this conversation earlier when we were talking about the 2.6. The other thing that I also see is that when you look at the BAR, as of April, the police department has about over 1 million unspent amount in the special fund, and another 800 in the regular funding, especially I think in the utilities is where it's at. So if we're talking about training, if we have a 17 million and we're just trying to take 2 million to be able to do this, I don't see why not. So we're not talking officers, we're just talking taking out of 17 million budget or whatever the extra amount is. So I don't think we should do this year in, year out. I think Metro employees are always the last one out. And this idea of if everybody's sorting, we must sort, that means we have to have company. I don't think we need to look at it like that based on what people are saying. They want Metro employees to be paid, and that includes the police officers as well to get the step increase. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Allen. Oh, hand's not up. All right.
Sorry, thank you. I hit the wrong button. I do have a question. Can someone explain to me the difference between there's the 209,885 and the GSD general fund for the police, but then there's also the special purpose fund, which is $8 million. And yet this talks about the total being that 209. What does that $8 million go into? And again, is that something that could be used for training?
We'll ask Ms. McDonald that.
I'm sorry, but could you point me to a page in the ordinance where the police special purpose fund is that you're talking about?
So in the monster budget book, it's on page E31-1.
Okay.
Under the budget summary, it talks about expenditures and transfers. GSD general fund is that 209,885 that we're seeing here as the total, but the total for the total expenditures and transfers is 218 million, which is almost the same as what they had last year. So we can say that we're not increasing the police budget, which I think is something we've heard from the people that was important to them.
And I apologize. I'm not looking at the. I don't have the budget book in front of me, so I'm not sure I'm following the question. So if you'll give me a minute to call up the budget book, I'll catch up with you.
It's okay. And then I guess a second question was, I think this has been explained once, but I missed it the first time. Explain the 17 million training fund that has come up several times. Where is that money also?
I don't have any ideas. Anybody know the answer to that?
I'm not familiar with the 17 million training fund.
Okay, I may have just.
Hold on, Mr. Crumbo.
Yeah, this is Director Crumbo. I think for a question that detail, we're going to need some time to go find a budget book and catch up to the question.
Okay. Well, I mean, just in general, every department's budget has the GSD fund, the USD, and then also the special purpose or something, and then there's the total amount. And I assume that that's what the budget department funding is. So just
purpose funds in general for the police department. I'm just looking at the ordinance. They've got various grant funds. And I'm not seeing that they add up readily to the 8 million is the reason I'm wanting to get my hands on the budget book. But but the police department has several grant funds.
Okay. Well, I can get that answer offline before tomorrow if it's. I don't want to. Okay. I just want to understand it better. Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks, Council Member. All right, so there is nobody else's hand up for discussion except for Councilmember Porterfield. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Really briefly, have there been years in the past where steps were not given but open range did get raises? Could you clarify that for me?
Somebody from Finance?
Where the steps were given but open range was not? Is that what you were asking, or the other way around?
The other way around. There are years where steps were not given, but open range was given raises.
Not to my knowledge. We have had years where steps were given, but open range was not, but not the other way around in any of the years I can think about.
Okay, thank you.
All right, looking through the queue again, I'm not seeing any hands up. I think we're going to have a split vote on this one, so we're going to use the WebEx hands raising. So we're on Amendment D, page 46 in the package, takes the step increase for Metro General Government away, increases police department funding compared to my substitute, $2.6 million, and puts $495,000 in rainy day fund. And so committee members, I've got Councilman Roten's got his hand up. Councilman Roten. Hand down. Oh, you guys were anticipating the vote. Sorry. All right, all in favor, raise your hand. That's 4 in favor. And lower those, and then we'll do opposed. All opposed, raise your hand. Three opposed. Lower your hand. Abstentions? Three abstentions. All right, so the committee recommends approval of this one, 4 in favor, 3 against, 3 abstentions. Next is Amendment E. This is another one that is a technical change, information that is every year goes in the budget, but this year it wasn't quite ready by the time the budget went out. I'm told that this applies to the mayor's budget as well as any substitute that gets passed whatsoever. If somebody wants an explanation of it, they can have that, but let's get a motion first. We got a motion. Is there a second? It's been seconded. Councilman Druffel, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't take my hand off. No question.
Well, will you go ahead and second that since nobody actually did? I just said it.
Yeah, second it.
All right, thanks. All right, there's no discussion on this one. We're going to do a voice vote. All in favor of this Amendment E on page 47 of the package, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none opposed, we recommend approval. Amendment F is next, pages 48 and 49 of the package. I'm going to let Mr. Jameson tell me whether, well, Mr. Jameson could describe this one.
Thank you, Chair. This would be an amendment solely to the mayor's budget. This would very quickly add the COVID-19 Financial Oversight Committee, require updated estimates of revenues from the finance director by August 21st, require a written report from the finance director on the feasibility of the metered and on-street parking program and sale of the district energy system. It then, for sources of funds, relies upon the public health and safety contingency, the cash and fund balance, and the rainy day fund. And using those, the uses are for 2.1 for the body-worn camera, a pay plan contingency, the M&PS with a $15 an hour minimum wage, minimum Saturday opening hours at Parks Community Centers, Chief Diversity Officer and Workforce Development Manager, and Arts Commission, $300,000. And lastly, places the community education as a self-reliant entity for the following year, using its special revenues and fund balances and fees.
Thank you. Somebody want to move this and we can have discussion?
So moved.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? I'm not seeing any hands. We'll attempt a voice vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
So we've got Mr. Glover as a no. Anybody else like to be registered as a no vote? And any abstentions? All right, so 10 in favor, 1 against, recommend approval of Amendment F. From there, we're moving on to the late filed amendments, of which there are 6. Those were separately sent around. I think Councilmember Hancock said around 2 o'clock this afternoon by Danielle. And the first one is by Councilmember Hall that decreases police funding by $6 million and reallocates the $6 million to the mayor's office. Is Councilmember Hall on the line? I don't think I saw him on. So, Mr. Cooper, what happens in this scenario?
Well, he was going to have to suspend the rules anyway, but all amendments and substitutes have to have a recommendation from the committee where they can't be offered. So if no one offers the amendment, it wouldn't be considered.
So it's I'll leave it up to y'all whether somebody wants to move it to give them a recommendation or just leave it be.
I need to look at it.
Mr. Glover, I see your hand up.
Just very quickly. So, Mr. Cooper, say that one more time for clarity. He's not here. If someone recommends it on the committee, tell me again how that worked. I was trying to understand and hear it. I'm sorry.
So the amendment was not requested until sometime Saturday or Sunday. I can't remember which one. So it was after the Friday amendments deadline. Councilman Hall would need to suspend the rules tomorrow night to offer the amendment anyway. But then you have a separate rule that says all amendments to the budget must have a recommendation from the Budget and Finance Committee in order to be offered. So if he's not here and doesn't ask someone to move it on his behalf, if no one moves it, then it just wouldn't be considered tomorrow.
All right, so I'm going to ask one more question, and thank you, Chair, for the indulgence. If we don't make the recommendation here, then it won't even come on the floor tomorrow night. So not even if he wants to suspend the rules.
He could attempt to suspend both rules tomorrow.
Okay. All right, that's what I was trying to understand. All right, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So thanks for that explanation, Mr. Cooper. With that explanation, I'll leave it to the committee whether somebody wants to move it or not. Sounding like not. Going once, twice, 3 times. It's not moved. So he'll have to suspend 2 rules tomorrow to pursue it. All right. And then I think of the remaining 5, 4 of them are Councilmember Hancock. I'm going to take care of the one that's not Councilmember Hancock first. So the 4th page of the late amendments on the budget was Councilmember Suara, decreasing undesignated fund balance in the general fund for the GSD by $2 million and reallocating the money. Councilmember Suara, would you like to discuss this?
Thank you, Chair. In conversation, I found out that we have spent about $2.5 million in general funds that we will be getting back from COVID, and that money will be going back straight to reserves. And so in looking at the mayor's budget, I realized that there were some things that I would like to see amended, like Nashville grad and the things that you have listed. We don't know which version is going to pass in the event that the mayor's budget is the one that actually passed. I would like for us to be able to use the money that we will be getting back. We've already spent it. We know we're getting it, to be able to allocate it to this, again, community programs that will be helping people that so much needed it in the community. With that, I hope you all support it. Thank you.
So let me just ask a couple of clarifying questions. So this is to amend the mayor's only?
Only the mayors, because those are covered in the chair substitute.
All right, and then the couple-hour conversation I had with finance yesterday, as I went amendment by amendment just to find out whether there were technical objections about whether the budget worked with the change, and so I want to do that with finance and ask whether this amendment works. Ms. McDonald?
Yes, it would work. This would be essentially, I think, decreasing the amount that would be needed for the cash and fund balance reserve for the general fund because of the reimbursement coming in 2020. You know, from that perspective, it would work.
All right. And then Council Member Suara, I don't know whether you or who the right person is, but just because this might be hard for people to get their hands on, can you describe in particular what you would allocate the money towards?
Thank you, Chair. I believe there's a detail in there somewhere, but it's going to go 500 to Nashville grad. Nashville Education Commission is about 517. I'm looking for my email. We actually broke it down. Metro Arts gets 300,000, and I'm doing all of this from memory.
I've got it in front of me if you want me to go ahead and read it.
Please, if you don't mind.
Sure. Just because it's a lot of detail, I know it's late, but you know, I think it's important that we have the details out there. So decrease the undesignated fund balance by $2 million, and it would spend the $2 million as follows. Increase the allocation to finance by $128,750 for a new chief diversity officer position, increase the allocation to the mayor's office by $100,000 for a director of the Office of New Americans, increase the allocation to community education by $517,000, increase the allocation to the grad program by $300,000, increase the allocation to Parks and Recreation by $450,000, increase the Arts Commission by $350,000, and then increase miscellaneous community agency / service by $154,250 to be split equally among Nashville Equity Alliance, I assume that's the Equity Alliance, Gideon's Army, Urban League, Turk, and TSU Foundation. So that's the amendment. And there's multiple hands up, so I'm going to go to those. Councilmember Allen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Councilmember Samora finding money, and she's picked a lot of great causes here. It looks like some of these will be fixed by one of the other amendments that we just voted for. So in that case, would we simply, how would we deal with those areas where they interact? For example, I think one of the mayor's office, mayor's budget that we just talked about, moved the community education into a self-fund, and so it paid for itself, and put it seems like there was one more.
Yeah, the grad.
Yeah, Nashville grad. Yeah, so where those interact or have different numbers, how does that get resolved?
You know, I would say this is the chaos of late amendments, but Mr. Cooper is coming for the microphone.
Yes, I mean, it would basically result in Nashville grad and community education getting more money. So if both amendments passed, then they would be funded from the mayor's proposed amendment, and then they would be funded under this amendment.
Oh, okay. So perhaps we might want to think through whether we want to make an adjustment on the, okay.
Yeah, Mr. Cooper, yeah, that would be my question. And again, not knowing what other amendments were coming in, and also just wanting to make sure that if the mayor's budget does pass, that some of these do not go unfunded, especially knowing that we're getting that reimbursement. So in light of that, if I can take those numbers, look at what is in the mayor's budget, will it be, since this is late filed anyway, would that be okay to change this, or is just too late to do anything?
Well, my personal opinion is that you're moving around, like not even chairs on a deck, but like coasters on a table. On a deck.
That's true.
But you're welcome to do whatever you want. But, I mean, no, seriously, you're welcome to talk to Mr. Cooper and try to get it dialed in more, because like you said, it's already late filed. But so it's up to you. But to Councilmember Allen's point, you know, if we passed this and another one, we would fund community education way beyond their wildest dreams.
No, that's not the intent.
So anyway, that's the answer to Councilmember Allen's question. Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Chair. Do we know the amount of COVID dollars that Nashville State is receiving?
I'm getting just head shakes no in the room.
I just asked that question before. I mean, the Nashville grad is a great program, and earlier on in our budget session, when there was various COVID questions that was asked, it was mentioned, and I'm trying to choose my words here carefully, Chair, that we need to be very conscious as to what we budget for in the budget, because we may be inadvertently hurting an entity to be able to receive those COVID dollars. So I just wanted to make that statement, not necessarily expecting us to know what Nashville grad was receiving as it relates to their COVID dollars. But I just wanted to make that point. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think Ms. Wiggins from Finance has a comment.
Yes, Councilmember Vercher, we do not have the numbers for higher education, but I have had a conversation that many of the local colleges, universities, community colleges have received that funding, and I will put in a request to find out if I can get the exact amount for Nashville State.
Anything else, Council Member?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Council Member Glover.
Thank you, Chair. So I would like to ask this question of budget finance. In the event these dollars do come in, does any of this actually talk about reducing the amount of tax that we're going to raise on the people? However we do this thing tomorrow night, how in depth have we gone into that discussion? And because all I hear is, well, if we get more money, we just spend it. And that's a bad way, in my opinion, to think about things. But I'd like to hear, have we looked at how do we reduce the numbers? I mean, in a really meaningful way for our taxpayer.
All 40 amendments that people have wanted to submit are on the table, and some of them reduce the tax, some of them spend more money.
Yeah. All right. Well, so the answer is this one, just if there's more money, and I'm trying to clarify this, and I'd like finance to answer. If this money was utilized, then we'd spend it. We wouldn't drive it to trying to lower the tax rate.
I think that's a fair assessment of this amendment.
All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Suara.
Thank you.
You muted yourself again.
Myself again. I'm sorry. I do that a lot. To be able to address that, we're talking 2 million. It would not be 0.01% of the taxes. I realize that we want to reduce the rates, and we should look at all of it. That's why we're looking back in August to see where we are substantially. But we also have to remember that services that help the community is not something that we want to forgo as well. My kids, their schools have got the COVID money. It has to be COVID related. It's not for textbooks. It's not for things that Nashville Grad does. I think as a community, we have to keep looking into the people that don't have. How do we uplift? How do we invest in our economy in a way that it helps to, I don't know, train people, help them get better. That's how you build a lasting economy, and that's what program like that does. So for $2 million, $500,000 to Nashville Grad, I don't think is going to make such a huge deal on the property tax rate, with all due respect. Now, I'm willing to change the numbers or pull it however we want to if it's already covered. I just don't want us to land in a place where we vote for a version of the budget that does not have this in them. That was why I proposed them. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You're the last person in the queue. So we're talking about the late amendment that's on the 4th page of the late amendments package from Councilman Suara to reduce undesignated fund balance by $2 million and spend it as described a few minutes ago. I'm going to use the WebEx hands. All in favor of this one, raise your hand. Looks like 5. Thank you. Roll over your hands. All opposed, raise your hand next. So that's 5 in favor, 4 against. Let's take abstentions. Anybody abstaining on this one? Got 2 abstentions. All right, 5. So the committee recommends approval of this late amendment, 5 in favor, 4 against, 2 abstentions. And then, Mr. Cooper, on the 4 remaining late files from Councilmember Hancock, I genuinely don't understand them enough to walk through them intelligently. So can you
So really only one needs to be considered right now. There's only one that's an amendment to the operating budget. And so that's the one that actually moves the money around within the budget so that she can move her late tax levy adjustment to shift the money from GSD to, or shift the pennies in the tax levy.
So there's 4 amendments. 2 of them are in the operating budget, one mine.
One yours and one the mayor's, and then the
other 2 are on the levy.
And the urban services district levy that the urban council approves.
All right. So folks, if you're looking at the amendments package, we got 2 more amendments, both from Councilmember Hancock on the operating budget. I misspoke when I said 4. There's 2. It's on the 2nd and 3rd page. The 2nd page amends my substitute. The 3rd page amends the mayor's. We already heard Councilmember Hancock describe this earlier, and Mr. Cooper describe it. I will offer Councilmember Hancock an opportunity if she wants to say anything else about it before we take a vote.
Well, I just want to remind everyone, again, if you want to look at your email, it's from Danielle, sent at 2:07 p.m. There were 7 attachments, I think, maybe 6, to that email, and 4 of them were regarding this. And you can probably click on the one, that has the chair name in there, and I think it explains it pretty well. The chair and the mayor's shows you the money being moved around. And again, it's $6 million public works funding cut from GSD, $10 million of fire department funding cut from GSD, $6 million public works added to USD, and $10 million fire department added to USD. So those departments would still be a wash. They would not be affected, but it would get some equity in the distribution of our citizens financing the city. We would each have an increase of 35.5%, which is, more fair. Well, something I did not share earlier, just an example, here at my house at 500 Minis, my taxes went down $700 last time, with the 30% reduction, but I do pay $480 in my recycling and trash pickup, and I pay $50 a year for streetlights because our whole neighborhood pays for streetlights. So at that rate already, I'm at a 3.755 tax rate, whereas you in the USD are at a 3.155. And I live in a house that might not be the same rate as some of my other constituents. So they are going to have a much higher rate now because they have the same fee for trash and recycling as I do, yet they're still going to get this increase. So I just strongly encourage you to think of all of our citizens as equal instead of trying to, charge one side or another more. I think that we need to do this equitably. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Roden, is your hand up from a vote or a comment?
Sorry, Chair. Did it again.
All right. Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you so much, Chair. Just really quickly, I appreciate the work that the sponsor's done on this. My understanding is that we're all paying the GSD rate, and the people that live in the USD are paying extra for those extra services, correct? So this sounds like the USD will I don't understand the nature of this if USD is already paying additional for the additional services. So if that could just be a little more clear, I would appreciate it.
Yes, I think that that's a common misunderstanding because we use these terms interchangeably and we also use them inaccurately. For example, when the mayor's budget was announced, during the press conference, they said the rate would be raised by $1, but they didn't say which rate. So I asked that question during the press conference, and she said the GSD rate would be raised by $1. The USD rate isn't changed. So they're taking the 2.755 that we're paying. There's a 40-cent differential that you're talking about, but you're not just paying 40 cents. You're paying the 275 plus the 40 cents plus the $1 or $1.06 or $1.12. You're paying it all. So the entire USD rate, like when you're living in the USD, your entire rate is what you pay. You don't just pay the 40 cents. So it depends on how you want to talk about it. And constituents in general know that they live in the USD and they know that they live in the GSD. But if we try to get our staff to break down the cost of their services from serving in the USD versus not, they can't do it. They haven't been doing it. And that's something we need them to start doing, because there's services that are just provided by, supposedly by your 40 cents, but there's tons of them. There's lots and lots of services that certainly are well and above that. And, you know, we could determine that we just spent another $6 million on that trash and recycling service that just affects the USD. And in between the mayor's proposal and the chair's proposal substitute coming in, we didn't have any $6 million adjustment. So that's just going to be, you know, eaten away. And it's something that we don't look at, we don't consider as much, and it kind of seems a matter of convenience. When you look at the tax history, you can tell that.
Councilmember Porterfield. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I didn't mean to cut you off. Was
That's
there
okay.
more?
I'm long-winded. I'll try to wrap it up. But we can just tell through the tax history, the systematic way it's been eaten away, and how there have been a couple of attempts throughout the years to even it out a bit. And I think those attempts were because of general study of the finances. But again, when I tried to get breakdowns from all of these departments, they couldn't do it. They just know that they get, just as Councilor Allen said before, they know they get one amount from GSD, one amount from USD. They add it together, and that's their budget, and they spend it, and they don't determine where they're spending it. Sorry.
Councilmember Porterfield, any follow-up?
No follow-ups. The math doesn't add up for me, so I'm a no vote on this, but no follow-ups. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Glover. Councilman Glover.
Sorry about that. No, I'm sorry about that. Hit the wrong button. All right, so let me say this. Calculating Hancock has really been working at this, and I'm grateful that she has, because she's dug into things that is expanding the way I'm looking at certain avenues. I'm going to end up supporting this one because I think she brings up valid points, whether they're correct or not. I mean, it's a challenge because it's late filed. However, I think this one deserves to have a greater conversation. So I would just like to encourage the council lady to please keep doing what she's doing, because I think it's important. And if that makes other people, vote against it, then I guess it will. But I think she's bringing a valid point. So with that, council lady, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would it be possible to get someone to give us a very quick history of what was covered in the GSD that was covered in the USD that wasn't covered in the GSD originally? Because I'm thinking at one point fire was not covered and now it is. And I know street lights and water and sewer and recycling are kind of and trash pickup are the main things still. But if someone could clarify that real quickly, that might be helpful to know how it's evolved.
Great. Mr. Cooper is going to cover that for you.
So over the years, the services have expanded countywide, which the charter allows. When the Metro government was approved in 1963, fire was essentially a USD function. You had additional police protection in the USD. Pretty much now, the only difference between the USD and GSD service-wise is streetlights and trash collection and recycling. Those are the two primary functions that are within the USD.
And quarterly brush pickup.
Councilmember Henderson interjected without being called on, quarterly brush pickup.
It's really important, though. Thank you.
Councilmember Allen, anything else?
No, I just think that's helpful to look at as well. It almost makes me think it would be worthwhile to have an official study of this done so we can have a more quantitative way to determine how that split between the two used to be and why it's different now, or if it should be, which is a really good point that Councilmember Hancock has raised.
Yeah, I think a lot of people agree with that. Councilmember Suara?
Yes, I commend Councilmember Hancock, but I think we should look at the numbers. I think I saw something in the earlier one that has Metro Council as 130,000. I know that's part of how the calculation came in, but I don't know how that was determined. And so not really knowing the correct numbers or the correct amount makes it really difficult. But I think it is a study that is worth doing because we want to make sure that we are allocating costs to the right places. So, but for these numbers, I just don't know what they mean. And therefore, I think we should look at it later. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Seeing nobody else in the queue on this one, I'm just because it's not numbered, I'm going to read the first couple lines of it just so the record is clear about which one we're talking about. It's in the late filed amendments, amendment number blank to ordinance number BL 2020-286 as substituted. And it says, Mr. President, I move to amend section 1, schedule A of ordinance number BL 2020-286 as substituted as follows. And the as substituted makes it clear that it's referring to my substitute. That differentiates it from the next one we're going to take up. So on that one, committee members, all in favor of recommending approval of that, please raise your WebEx hand. Looks like one vote in favor. All right, lower your hand. Those opposed, raise your hand. Yeah, 7 opposed, lower your hands. Any abstentions? Three abstentions. So the committee does not recommend approval. It was 1 in favor, 7 against, 3 abstentions. All right, the next one we've got is to accomplish the same thing, but in connection with the mayors, and that one starts off, I move to amend section 1, schedule A of ordinance BL 2020-286, and accomplish as much the same thing, but with somewhat different numbers. I'll treat that as moved and seconded. Look for whether there's any discussion to be had on it. Seeing none, all committee members who wish to recommend approval, raise your hand now. We've got 1, is that right? All right, lower your hand, please. Those opposed, raise your hand. Seven opposed, lower those, and abstentions, please raise your hand. Three again. So same vote as the last one. Committee does not recommend approval. It's 1 in favor, 7 against, 3 abstentions. And that takes us through all the amendments on the operating budget. Now, Mr. Cooper, I understand what I need to do about the other 2 substitutes. Is my substitute, somebody moves it as amended, or what do we do?
Yes, I think that given everything that's transpired, that's probably the easiest way to handle it. And then it's up to you up to the committee, how you want to deal with the other 2 substitutes. I mean, everything gets a recommendation regardless.
Right. Well, we definitely need to talk about the other 2 substitutes. And so just to hit pause for a second, when I'm going to ask for a motion for my substitute as amended. We'll take a vote on that, and then we'll move on to the other 2 substitutes and have a discussion and a vote on those. You all know that those aren't amendable, so they're take it or leave it as presented. So with that, there is a motion in the chamber for my substitute as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion? All right. All committee members in favor of recommending approval of my substitute as amended, raise their hand. Eight in favor, please lower your hands. Any opposed? One opposed. Any abstentions? One abstention. All right, committee recommends approval of that substitute as amended. 8 in favor, 1 opposed, 1 abstention. All right, so on BL 2020-286, we've got the 2 substitutes. Is it Mr. Glover's that's in the package first, Mr. Cooper? I think so. Let's go to Mr. Glover first, Councilman.
Well, so I'll make this very simple, Chair, because we've spent a long time tonight. I obviously spent a lot of time working on this, as did everyone else. The budget and the revenues of what we were looking at for last year seem to be coming in almost identical to what was projected. However, there's a little bit maybe off here and there. But that being said, I don't think we really need to spend a lot of time debating this. I think for me, overall, I think I would like to defer things for 1 week and see if we could blend some stuff. But that's probably not the appetite of the committee or of the council right now. So I'm not going to beat it up. I'm just going to move it. And if it gets a second, then we can vote on it, and we'll figure out where we go tomorrow night. But we spend a lot of time. So with that, thank you, Chair. I appreciate the indulgence.
Thank you. Let's get a second first. There's a second from Councilman Syracuse here in the chamber. Any discussion? I'm not seeing any in the queue, so we've got Council Member Glover's substitute's been moved and seconded. There's no further discussion. All committee members wishing to vote in favor of Council Member Glover's substitute, raise your WebEx hand. One vote in favor. Please lower that. Anybody opposed to recommending Mr. Glover's substitute, raise your WebEx hand. What you got? Keep them there a second, folks, just so we can get the count right. Looks like 8. All right, and let's take those down. And any abstentions on this one? Is that 2? 2 abstentions.
Chair, may I ask you a quick question? Could we have the names on who voted for and who voted against? Obviously, I was the only one who voted for, but I would like to have I'm sorry, I should have asked for a roll call. I apologize.
No worries. I got it for you here.
Chair, this is Kevin Roten. I just let him know personally I voted against it.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilman Roten, I thought I saw you in the abstention pile.
I think I left it up accidentally and you counted me abstaining, but I was in the no column. If you want to re-vote, I can vote no on it again.
That's all right. Let's try to maintain our decorum here. Council Member Glover, so you were the vote in favor. Council Member Druffel was the 1 abstention, and I didn't vote because I'm only voting in the event of a tie. And then there were 8 no votes, and there's 9 remaining members, and I didn't catch which member didn't cast a vote one way or the other. So
that's fine. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All right. So you all heard the vote. It's 1 in favor, 8 against, 1 abstention. So the committee does not recommend approval of Councilman Glover's substitute. Let's move on to Councilman O'Connell. He can describe what he'd like to do and then see if we need a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I think we see before us in what we've already covered this evening, 2 of the clear and stark choices with regard to our budget options. And these were pretty plainly spoken to by a letter we all received from the Comptroller's office last week. One involves a significant tax increase. The other, even with a fairly significant tax increase, involves clearly drastic cuts to public services. The budget I asked Metro Finance to prepare, which again, I think you've heard Director Crumbo speak to this. We definitely have some differences in outlook and opinion on this, but we had a good, robust conversation about this. This option is the one that says that basically seeks to recognize that the overall circumstances for trying to have a conversation about appropriate priorities and the sort of traditional rhythm of having a stable tax rate for a term are just impossible to have right now. Fiscal year 22 will be a different story, we hope, with a year's worth of COVID economy data with us, a new assessment in hand. Just generally, we hope a return to some normalcy. And this budget is offered in the spirit that we know that the federal government has made available some tools. We know, too, you can plainly see that Metro Finance, with the Comptroller's letter in hand, has marked this budget not structurally balanced. So there is some question to its legality. But, in working with our legal counsel, we think that there is an opportunity here. We know we already have some data in hand as of tonight's meeting where we suspect that that sales tax collections, having been off by not very much in April, continue to come in what appears to be ahead of projections. Again, that could fall off, but for right now, we think some of our local economic data might not be as dire as originally forecast. We also know that the state of Tennessee is very likely to offer something, and there is an ongoing conversation at the federal level about more potential relief to be offered to cities. My personal opinion, and this is true without really trying to sidestep the issue of not structurally balanced, is it would be better to extend into the summer with operations and wait rather than go out and get over our skis on a tax levy that causes additional stress to Nashvillians even before letters go out. I think the stress of the announcement of the actions taken by the mayor's office and this council will already create stress. We've seen it from the correspondence many of us have been getting over the past several weeks. I still think the better option is to fight through some of the uncertainty and raise if we need to, based on future economic data by the time we get to the deadline. So that is the spirit in which this budget is offered. It is a 37-cent rate increase. It leaves basically a placeholder item for using facilities that might become emergency facilities rather than going ahead and pre-filling those with revenues based on forecasts at a current time. So I don't expect most of council to support this, but I think in looking at the 2 principal options on the table, I'd still rather not be drawn into this particular box. And when we've seen state after state offer more support to cities than Tennessee has offered thus far to our cities, in particular to Nashville. And I think I'd rather figure out a way to look at this in a partnership at every level, local, state, and federal, and kind of challenge ourselves to have that conversation. So that is how this budget is offered, and I would like to have this committee vote on it as we go into tomorrow and see where all the amendatory work on the floor puts us.
So before I take a motion, Councilman, with apologies, I do this every time you talk about this. I just want to make sure we're clear that you acknowledge that the state and finance and legal all think this budget is not legal to pass, right?
So I mostly do. I do think it was an interesting choice of phrasing from the letter in the comptroller that suggested may not be legal. So we'll continue to get analysis on it.
All right. Mr. Cooper, is it legal to pass this budget?
Unless circumstances change between now and tomorrow night, I don't think the council could vote to approve this.
All right, thank you. Any committee member that wants to make a motion to approve this can go ahead.
I'll make a motion.
All right. There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second so we can have it on the floor tomorrow.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. Not seeing any discussion. Committee members in favor of recommending approval of Councilman O'Connell's substitute, raise your WebEx hand. Looks like 2 in favor, 3 in favor. It's 3 in favor. All right, lower your hands. Those opposed, raise your hand. Seven opposed. Anybody abstaining, raise their hand. Councilman Roten, is that a lingering hand again?
No, Chair, that was an abstention on this one until we find out the actual, if we can vote on it or not, so.
All right, well, we've got too many votes then, because we've got, I count 12 and there's only 11 people. All right, we're gonna have, sorry guys, we didn't quite get that right here in the chamber. So back to the beginning, those in favor of recommending approval of Councilman O'Connell's substitute, raise your hand. Feel pretty good about that 3. So we got 3 there. Those opposed, raise your hand. Keep your hands there. All right, I'm on those opposed to Councilman O'Connell. Keep your hand there. We need to get this count right. All right. Okay, next, take your hands down and we're on to abstentions. All right, that time it added up. So the committee does not recommend approval. It's 3 in favor, 7 against, 1 abstention. And Mr. Cooper, I think that wraps up BL 2022-86. Is that right?
Yes, it does. Whichever budget passes.
All right, so everybody, Mr. Cooper, I think he might be a little bit off mic. He was suggesting for the next one, which is BL 2022-87, on the tax levies. And there there's the tax levy, there's substitute, there's amendments, there's a bunch of substitutes because for Councilmember Druffel, Johnston, Henderson, Hancock, and mine all require doing something a little bit different with the levy. And what Mr. Cooper is suggesting is we take all the substitutes and amendments for one recommendation, knowing that whatever version of the budget comes out tomorrow, we'll pick out the matching tax levy and go with that. So I'm going to read the caption and then get the will of the committee about taking that approach. So BL 2020-287, sponsored Mendez, establishes the tax levy in the General Services District for the fiscal year 2020 to 2021 and declares the amount required for the annual operating budget of the Urban Services District pursuant to the Metro Charter. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, great. Now, if we want to take Mr. Cooper up on his offer, somebody Mr. Cooper, why don't you say what the motion would be, and we'll see if somebody wants to make it.
The motion would be to approve Bill 2020-287 with the submitted substitutes and amendments. So you're basically making a recommendation on everything that is before the committee, just so it can get on the floor tomorrow.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I don't see anybody's hand up for discussion. All in favor of that motion, say aye. Or yeah, say aye. We'll try it verbally. Say aye.
Aye.
Any committee members opposed? Any abstaining? All right, we recommend approval of that motion. Next is BL 2020-294, Mendez Allen repeals the Metro Code and this is weirdly written, repeals the Metro Code and abolishing the Community Education Commission effective July 1, 2020. I'm going to assume that means just abolishing the part of the code that relates.
Repeals that section, they just left out the section in
Okay. And this has already been previously approved by Budget and Finance, and it was re-referred. And this is one where if either the substitute or the mayor's pass, then this is just going to be withdrawn, right?
The only way that wouldn't be the case is if the chair substitute is accepted, but then it doesn't get 21 votes and the mayor's budget goes into effect by default.
Right. And we don't really need to take action because it's...
Right. I mean, I think it doesn't have to happen.
All right. So I'm going to leave that to see if anybody's got a question about this, but the committee already made a recommendation about this one previously, and it may end up being withdrawn tomorrow. So seeing nobody wanting to discuss it, Councilmember Allen, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since I signed on to this with the hope of saving this organization, and we think it's going to be able to pay its own way, if we withdraw it, is there any damage in doing that, or is it just the risk that the chips don't fall in the right way?
No, the only risk would be approving it, and then you would abolish it as an entity. Right. So I think if it's going to be funded in the budget, then just either withdrawing or deferring indefinitely.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if we don't need to do that in committee, but I wouldn't mind having a recommendation from this committee to do one or the other of those. And I would happily make that if that's not inappropriate.
Well, what we need to do with it really depends which budget passes.
Okay, I'll wait.
And this is going to come up on the agenda after we're already done with the budget. So we're going to have complete clarity by the time it comes up what needs to happen with it.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Suara.
Thank you, Chair. My understanding when the committee approved it was that we were just approving it to pass it on so that the conversation continues. Is that correct? Not necessarily that we support it, but at the time we were voting just to keep the conversation going. So if the committee does not take any other stand tonight, does the previous recommendation stand?
yes, but Councilman Suara, I think everybody understands where committee members are at. There's a widespread support.
Yes.
There's widespread support from council members to keep the commission alive in the mayor's budget, assuming we can do that, and in the substitute. So it should be that the vast majority of percentage here is that we're in a position to withdraw this. And if we were going to have a recommendation, I think it would have to be, if the substitute passes, withdraw it. If the mayor's budget gets amended, withdraw it. If the mayor's budget, as originally proposed, somehow goes into effect, which is a very, very low probability event, I think, then we might have to, we'd probably defer it, and is what I think we would do. I mean, I'm happy to entertain a motion, whatever you all want to move for, but I don't think it matters much to what we're going to do tomorrow. And we're not required to act because we already, all right, unless somebody wants to make a motion on it, we're going to say that we acted on this once and we're moving on. All right. The last item on the agenda is BL 2020-295. Well, it's not that. I'm sorry, there's two more on the agenda. BL 2020-295, Mendez Hurt, others, amends the Metro Code by abolishing the Nashville Career Advancement Center and moving the functions of that agency to the Metro Action Commission effective July 1, 2020. Mr. Cooper, what are we supposed to do with this?
So the budget includes language providing for this transfer, and that's in both the mayor's budget and in the proposed substitute budgets. So I think this one should have a recommendation.
Okay. Somebody want to make a motion? We can have a discussion.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. And then, so Mr. Cooper, what are you recommending we do about this? Approve it, not approve it?
I mean, the language to authorize this transfer is in every budget that is being proposed. So it will need to be approved based upon the language in the budget.
All right. So we have a motion to approve and a second. You heard Mr. Cooper's description. Is there discussion? Seeing none, we'll try voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 And
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed? Hearing none, we recommend approval. This is the last item, right? One more. Yeah. The only late one that we're doing in committee is the CARES Act one. Yeah. All right, so this is the last item on the agenda. BL 2020-299, sponsor Glover, an ordinance amending sections 5.32.030 and 5.32.110 of the Metropolitan Code to increase the amount of the annual commercial vehicle regulatory license and the motor vehicle regulatory license. Is there a motion? There's a motion.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, actually, Chair.
It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Cooper suggests that we handle this the same way as the tax levy, and so I'm going to repeat what Mr. Cooper said and then hand it over to Councilman Glover. He suggested that, like the tax levy, that we have a motion to approve this and the substitutes and the amendments that go with it that are all in the package. And then depending on what version of the budget passed, we would know whether to not pass this at all, or whether we would have to see whether there were 27 votes for it, or if it passed otherwise. Councilman Glover.
Well, I'm going to make sure I understand this. Sorry to repeat that. So all we're doing now is just making sure it moves forward, and then tomorrow night we determine if the substitute passes, then we address it. If not, then it goes away. Is that right, Mr. Cooper?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you. Well, I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thanks. I see, well, no more hands up. I'm going to, like I did with the tax levy, because it's late, I'm going to ask Mr. Cooper to say what the motion would be, and then somebody can make it.
Motion is to approve BL 2020-299 as substituted and amended.
So moved.
Moved.
All right. So we're going to do hands on this, on WebEx. All in favor of that, raise your WebEx hand. So is that 3 in favor? Take those down. All opposed to recommending approval, raise your WebEx hand. Opposed, please take your hands down. And people abstaining on that, committee members abstaining.
I think I just voted for Glover's for no tax.
One. All right, so the committee does not recommend approval. It's 3 in favor, 5 against, 1 abstaining. I see Council Member Henderson's hand up. Yes.
Yes, Chair, thank you. I just have a point of order because I could not hear Mr. Cooper earlier. He was a little off mic, and Mr. Cooper, you have been for maybe the last half hour or so. So I have a substitute for 299 on which my amendment depends. And so in the same spirit of moving these along, did you indicate what your suggestion was?
That's covered by the motion.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
No worries. All right. We're done with the agenda. I see a hand. Councilmember Porterfield, do you have something?
Yes, Chair. Thank you. I apologize. I just had a quick tech issue, so that's why I abstained on the vote. I was not able to hear what we were voting on, so that was the purpose of my abstention. So thank you.
Oh, thanks for that. All right, everybody. That is a wrap for Budget and Finance Committee. There's nothing else on the agenda, and see y'all tomorrow night. Thanks.
Thanks.